Hello guys and welcome back to our Black Community Days event. So we are coming to the equator of our Black Community Day planet, and now before we get started, let me make a small announcement. So we are still going to give you a free NFT gifts, and all information about it will be in your email boxes right after this presentation. And by the way, don't forget to answer your question in our chat or in Q&A section. So let's move on, and let me introduce our next speaker. He is a mobile solution architect at EPAM, and he is also a leader of our Android competency. So by the way, he also is an investor, NFT investor, and a huge Web3 enthusiast. So guys, let me introduce our next speaker, Mikhail Shepanik. How are you
Hello,
doing,
everyone.
Mikhail?
Hello. Okay, so let's start our discussion about Web3 world for developers. But before we start this, let's go to the space for a moment. So in Observe Universe, we have 2 multiply 10 power 23 number of stars. And if we reduce the size of Observe Universe to only Milky Way, we can discover that we can say that we have around 40 billion planets like Earth. What does it mean? Probably somewhere someone exists, but okay, we are on Earth, but how we can define the different civilizations? So to define how advanced is the other civilization, we can use some scale, which was defined by Kardashev, so the Kardashev scale. The type 1 civilization is the civilization which can consume the energy and store it, which is equal the energy of the whole planet where they live. The type 2 civilization use the energy of the star, which is the nearest to them. So like for us, it will be sun. And we have the concept of Dyson's sphere around it, which consume this energy. The type 3 civilization, on the other hand, control the energy of the whole galaxy. So we have few types of civilizations. And if we back to the Earth, we can discover that, okay, during, let's say, a little bit more than 200 years, we can consume and store much more energy. So looks like we are growing as a civilization, but still we are not the type 1 civilization. We can say that we are somewhere around 0.7, 0.75 in this scale. So probably some more advanced civilizations somewhere exist, but we are during the evolution, yeah. So from Kardashev, we get this scale which define the different types of civilization. Civilization 1, control the planet, the galaxy, civilization type 2, civilization number 3, control the whole galaxy, and civilization 4, level 4 can control multiple civilization, and we can go to the type 8, which generally omega, which generally can define us as a gods. And in web world, we have also some kind of scale, yeah. So the internet started some years ago. Then we get this Web 1.0 standard, which generally was represented by static pages, where we had only read-only content. we were not able to comment anything. The content was totally static, and only one, let's say one owner were able to edit this type of content. If we're in Web3 world, in which we have services like Twitter, Facebook, LinkedIn, and many others, we have this concept of read-write. So as a users, we can not only read the content, but we can also comment it, or we can provide some our own some type of our own content, like for example Facebook wall, where we can share the photos, we can show some comments and ideas what we think about the for example current situation. And this word was this Web 2 word was created as concept, okay, user in the center theoretically. But if we take a look at in practice, okay, as a users, we can we can think about it, okay, we can provide the content, but we do not get anything and we don't own this content. For example, our account where we have whole history on Facebook of our life can disappear because, for example, Facebook will close us or block us. And the ownership of the data which we share in the internet is lost for us. In Web3 world, we have this read, write, and trust possibility. So generally, we can own the content which we share in the internet. We can be part of the creators of some services. So let's start our discussion about Web3 world. But first, maybe I will share a little bit about me. So as was mentioned, my name is Michał Szczepanik. I'm solution architect here at EPAM, and generally I like new things and some crazy things. Because of kids, I am big fan of Lego. I also like some tool which is called Half-Bike. So if you would like to try something which can kill you, I recommend it. And I am a big fan of the NFTs. And here are a few projects in which I invest. They are all from Poland. So as it was mentioned somewhere here, the Europe is, let's say, still not advanced in NFT. And I can say that this is not true. We have a lot of projects, board founders, clubs, quite interesting concept, and community. Firestarter, okay, this one is totally Polish one for now. Hey Edu or EduWorld is something which create totally new concept of Web3 type of education with gamification and good tracking of how you learn. So we have the assistant, we have also some special type of trainings which generally don't allow you to go further if you don't do the basics. So for example, if we have there the crypto related course, okay, it can learn you how to buy Ether or some NFT, but before that, you need to learn about the security, and everything is done by practice. So let's go through this concept of Web 2 world and how it affects us as a developers. So Web 2 and Web 3 worlds are, let's say, not that big. They do not have that big difference. So generally, it's Web 3 we can name as extension of Web 2. In Web 2, we had the application, some database, some solution as a service, usually in cloud or host. Everything was centralized, one owner. So the company owned the service, like, for example, Google, Facebook, or whatever. And we need to trust them that, okay, if we put something there, they will not remove it. In Web3 world, additionally, on this type of system, we integrate with blockchain, which define our ownership. So because of this blockchain technology, we see that the ownership here is something which do not require our trust that someone can take this from us, because everything is controlled by nodes, different nodes, so it's decentralized between nodes in this blockchain. And even if someone will try to do something wrong, the consensus protocol should avoid this situation. Of course, if we are talking about Web3, the term is much bigger, so we can introduce some metaverse, virtual reality, artificial intelligence, and everything like that. So all new technologies may support us. But let's say if we try to create some basic Web 2 type or Web 3.0 type of service, we rather should focus on the blockchain and this multi-ownership, which can be provided, for example, by NFTs. So as a developers, we first need to understand the blockchain. So sorry if there will be some basics, but I would like to highlight some things which are important to understand as a developer. So blockchain is generally chain of blocks. So we have some genesis block, then when it's full, we add the next one and the next one, and each block is signed by some kind of hash, which is this difficult part which need to be counted by miners if we are in proof of work type of blockchain. So the complex calculation which require a lot of resources, and as a price we usually get some cryptocurrency like Bitcoin or Ethereum. If we are talking about the hashes which we need to count and store, generally for this block, we can store the hash of the block itself, the hash of the previous block, and the hash of the current world state. So it includes all changes which occurs. So this is something which most of us know, but if we are thinking about the development of this kind of system, what happens when we would like to create then when we need to create the next block? And there are a few things which are important to understand as a developer. So as a miner or the node, we generally try to create the next block. I have the some kind of mempool or pending queue of transactions, which I would like to put in the block. I can choose the transactions which are the best for me. So usually the ones which give me a lot of gas, which is some kind of additional money which I can get for calculation in the Ethereum world. And I do these calculations of the hash, which is quite difficult because finding the right hash is problematic thing. So it usually takes a few seconds. Confirming that this is the right hash is really easy because, okay, when we know this hash, it's easy to check that this is the right one. And as a miner, we can select what transaction we would like to put. Then we get this block to confirm by other nodes. They confirm and it can be added. But okay, we are in the centralized world. So it can be the situations that in other place on the earth, someone will count the block free also and found the cache in almost the same time. So we can have the situation that we will discover, some node will discover, okay, but I have block free here and block free here, so I have conflict. and then one of these forks need to be dropped. And usually the consensus protocol is first thing which check how it is done, and if each block, if blocks are correct, and then if both are correct, the block which will be chosen will be the one which has more values. But let's imagine the situation. Okay, we are in this decentralized world, and we have, for example, some network issue, and Australia, for example, was disconnected for a second from the rest of the world. So few blocks were counted here, and few blocks were counted in Australia. And when the internet back and the nodes synchronized to each other, we discovered that okay, we can have the conflict. Then the fork also, which has, let's say, more value, will be selected. That's why, as a developers, we should remember, okay, I have block and I have some transaction here, but I don't have the block 4 after it, so the next block. So it means that, okay, I cannot say that I can trust this transaction yet. So we need to have few blocks after that to be sure, okay, the data are valid and I can trust them. Usually this number of blocks after our block is around 7, and then we can say that okay, we can trust this data. I think never in history of Ethereum we haven't had the situation that 7 blocks were in conflict. So this is the reason why we can say that it's okay. And another thing which we need to, let's say, be aware of is, okay, comparing to the centralized systems, we don't have this, let's say, typical database which we can consider, yeah, we thinking about the blockchain, because these kind of conflicts in standard system we have transactions, we have all other checks which allow us to trust the data as is. Here we need to have some time to be sure that everything is okay. And if we are talking about these transactions and things like that, we can say that okay, we can have account. In this account, we can have the wallet from which we can transfer, for example, Ethereum. And of course, for any kind of operation, we need to pay this kind of gas, which is defined in Vase, where the Vase are something like Ethereum cents. So 1 Ethereum is, if I'm correctly remember, 10 power 18 of Vase. So so the gas value define this is this price which we need to pay for any kind of transaction, or for example for buying or mining for buying the NFT or operation of the cryptocurrency. And we have the contracts. So generally contracts has some value. The state, which is defined by code, which define the contract itself. So so having this kind of structure, we need to think about what we can do with contract and what this contract is about. So we can have two main types of contracts. Of course, there is much more. The ERC20, which is typical, let's say, basic token, like for example, Matic, I think Tether, Chainlink, etc. And we have the NFTs. So this nice new type of contracts, which allow us to, let's say, have the access in this Web3 world. And in case of contract, okay, we can deploy it, send transaction, call the contract. In some blockchains, we can also delete the contract. I think our Arbitrum is the one which allow to do this. And of course, all the operations which we have are stored in the blockchain. So when we define the contract, it cannot be changed. Also, the action which we do cannot be changed after it will be approved by the blockchain. So the Web3 concept is something which is decentralized. So we have this structure of the blockchains which allow to confirm our ownership by other users or builders of this let's say contract. Is permissionless, so everyone can access it without any problems, and cannot be excluded because of the way how the blockchain guaranteed. And we have these native payments like cryptocurrencies, which are, let's say, a little bit independent to our standard money. So they are also controlled by the blockchain, which make this work quite easy to manage in case of worldwide. So we don't need to think about changing the currency if we are playing with this country, if we are playing with this country. If user has Ether or any other cryptocurrency, he should be okay. And trustless, everything works on this mechanism of blockchain, which do not require to have some third party to confirm that, okay, this person has access to this system. If we take a look at existing systems, which most of you know from the Web 2.0 world, they have some alternative forms in these Web3 forms. And generally, this is some kind of new era of the internet, which comes to us really fast. I think the biggest challenge right now is the mindset of the users, which need to a little bit change to understand, okay, I can be an owner, and I can sell my ownership to someone else quite easily. So it's like for example, the stage when we discuss, okay, we have internet, we will probably be able to buy something by the internet quite soon. This today it's something totally normal, but a few years ago, buying something via internet, it's scared. So the same probably we have with the Web3 right now. If we go to the mobile world, we can see that even the concepts of some totally Web3 phones is on track. For example, Solana Saga is one of the concepts, which is totally Web3 phone based on Android with some combinations, which generally give us option to mining the NFTs anywhere, play with the Web3 games quite easily. So we can, for example, have the hero in the game. We can get something in the game, and this, for example, sword will be represented by NFT, and we can spend this on the market. So we can get some real money after we play, for example, a few hours in some game. So it's no longer the time when we cannot get some money for playing. If someone would like to get this sword and buy it from us. And many other things. So much easier trading, and generally the access, which is quite easy. So instead of having the multiple accesses to different systems, like, okay, I need to have the username and password for Facebook, I need to have username and password for Gmail, I need to have the user and password to, I don't know, some service to book the tickets. I can use only one wallet, and using some secure password, usually it's a combination of 12 words. I can access every system without big problems. If we are thinking about the ideas how we can use that technology in our business, we can say that, okay, we have the company A and company B. We would like to start some solution together, but okay, I have my own users as A, I have my own users as B. So okay, we need to exchange the user data, which which require the GDPR agreement, etc., etc., and it's problematic. Let's imagine that we are before merge, and company A would like to do some product together with company B, and each of them has NFC. So this solution can work in the way, okay, we allow to access this service or allow to access the service of company A having the NFT A, so we can access here and here. Having the NFT company B, for example, we can access here, here, and here. So only what we need to check is the wallet of the person, which is unknown because the wallet itself is anonymous. So till we, let's say, do not share that, okay, this number is my wallet, no one knows that, okay, this is my my wallet, and I control everything what is there. Same use case which we can consider is, for example, the tickets for the concert or for the match or whatever. And usually we have this underground market that, okay, someone bought 20, 50 tickets and sell it then 2-3 times more expensive than the original price for people who would like really join this concert, for example. And we as our organizer get nothing from that. If we will release this as an NFT, then this selling process and the way how the ownership is changed is controlled by blockchain. And also we in the contract can define, okay, if someone will sell it, you need to count some additional money for us to get a profit because someone sold our contract first buying it from us. So we can check how the market works with the tickets. Some other ideas which we can consider like more mobile approach, for example, is, okay, someone had the fitness club. Yeah, we had this COVID situation that fitness club was closed. So any person who goes to this, pays up subscription, will not pay me because they cannot use the gym, the physical one. But if I will have the community and some kind of NFT concept, okay, I can think about changing the way how I provide my my service. And for example, I can create the mobile application or some other web service where the NFT give the access, and people who get the subscription can access it. Maybe some pay additional money or share this concept to others, and I can still get the money even if the situation on the market goes that I'm not able to do my basic service. Also in mobile world, for example, we have the application A, which was some kind of startup. So access to it released by NFT. we create the next application. We would like to have more users there. We can also do the airdrop for our for people who trust at the beginning. What they do with that depends on them, but we can define in this contract that okay, some additional cost some additional money goes to us, and we can quite easily give them access because they have the original NFT, do the airdrop, which goes that, okay, they will sell it or give the other people. So we build the community around the other applications quite easily. We don't need to, let's say, start this business from the beginning, thinking about, okay, some payment systems, etc. Depending on the country, then some additional operations, stuff outside of the Google or Apple stores, like third-party solution of the subscription. Everything is handled by this Web3 solution, which also give us, let's say, for free the way of payments. And another thing, which is, let's say, good starting point for us is, for example, application which is some kind of DFI dashboard, like Zapper or something like that, which allow us to create the Web3 application without thinking about the contract, which is quite difficult thing to design at the beginning. So tools which we need to have as developers, and usually we should use, is for creating the contract. If we are thinking about the Ethereum blockchain, we need to think about the Solidity Lang, which is the Lang for these smart contracts in Ethereum blockchain. The other two tools are used for some testing purpose and the development itself. Of course, at some point we will need to think about MetaMask, because this is the Web3 wallet and allow us to store all our NFTs, etc. So we can quite easily access them or check the ownership of the check that user has the NFT using the MetaMask solution. The Infura itself is the provider of the infrastructure for connecting to Ethereum and other blockchains. So it gives us everything what we need to connect to the blockchain. MetaMask is using it, I think, under the hood. And if we go to this Solidity concept, so the Lang, as you can see, it's not complex. So it's some combination of, let's say, C++, maybe JavaScript, some other Langs. So most of the developers are able to read the code. But comparing to the standard development, we, let's say, cannot use the, Stack Overflow, copy paste something from here, copy paste something from here, because our code of our contract will grow really, really huge. And the deployment cost is of this contract is also defined by gas. So the size of the contract is also quite important, and the complexity of it. And it's really important to, let's say, think how we can build the contract, which include all important informations in the way that it will be small and will not cost a lot of the gas, because, come on, gas is our money. And another thing which is important here, in case of contracts, we cannot have the bugs, because if we release the contract, we cannot change it. So the testing of the contract is quite important. It's good to do the audit. And if something goes to the blockchain as a contract, we cannot change it. The workaround which can exist is the concept that one of the start contract will be some kind of proxy. As you can see, we have different type of contracts. We can use the proxy contract, which define the state as an address to the final contract. This is good to work around if we have the risk that our contract will have the issue. But on the other hand, I think no one who knows how to read the contracts will not choose this type of contract and will not buy it from us. For example, this NFT, because the risk is that me as an owner I am providing only a proxy to something what I can change. So it's not the contract between us, because we are signing the contract of the proxy, not sign the contract which defines step by step what will happen with this contract. So this is quite important thing to know if we will consider this kind of workaround, and this is rather not the best solution for most of the cases. Of course, the Ethereum is not the only blockchain where we can release our contracts. So if we have something more important where the, let's say, reliability of the blockchain and trust on the blockchain is not that important, like something, for example, inside our application, like tokens, which we get because of some progress or anything else. So we already have the user. We can think about the different blockchains which are cheaper, so we don't pay that the same amount of gas for release the contract. Like for example, Optimism, which is also created by the people who create the Ethereum. So we have different options. If we are going to the implementation of the contracts, we can think about the different tools. If we are JavaScript developers, for example, Web3.js is one of the options. If we are, for example, Android developers, then good start is Web3.j. Or if we would like to do some integration with Ethereum blockchain on our backend, which is written in Java. So Web3.j is the solution which allows us to communicate with the Ethereum blockchain. And it supports the wallets, it supports smart contracts, allow to do the operations, allow to do the checks of, for example, NFTs or any other contracts. So we can quite easily play with it. It's quite popular and quite easy to use. So if we are thinking of the development of the Web3 type of application, this is, I think, good point to start. We even don't need to think about the contract if you would like to, for example, create this DeFi dashboard kind of application, because we can quite easily access our wallet using the code which we will see in a few slides. So first, we need to, of course, add the dependency to our project and internal permissions if we are thinking about the Android to Web3.j. We need to define the values for a wallet, contract, and of course the chain, the URL for chain. So so generally we can get them also from MetaMask, like the wallet address. But for that, I think Web3.j is not the best option to choose. There are some easier ways to do this. So next thing which we need to do is create the operation which will, for example, count the tokens and do the operation which return as number of the tokens which we have. Be aware that without this kind of libraries is a little bit difficult to play with only Java. with pure Java code. So without the libraries, it can be not that easy, because the way how the some values are represented by the Ethereum blockchain and the contracts is a little bit different than in Java world. So we need to have the special structures which Web3j provides. We also need to connect with the chain, which is few parts of few lines of codes. So generally, we only need to connect using WebSocket or any other way which is provided by the chain which we would like to use, and then get the balance of the contract which we of the wallet which we would like to the balance of the contract under the wallet is done like that. So it's rather not a lot of the code. So creating the Web3 kind of application is rather not a difficult task. It is rather more problematic if we are thinking about the contracts. If we are thinking about the way how we would like to integrate with mobile application backend, etc. But the general usage of the connection with the wallet, checking that, okay, I have this contract and things like that, which give us the access to the system, and which NFT is mine, because the NFT itself is defined by the number. We can quite easily understand how we can play with it. So as I mentioned somewhere previously, you would like to try the development on your own, and you have your own wallet in Ethereum network, Infura is one of the options where you can create the account and try to, for example, check your balance using the code. And in case of mobile solutions, we of course have different platforms. So for Android, Web3j or Wallet Connect are quite good options to start. iOS has Web3 Swift and also Web Connecting implementation, but this time not in Kotlin, but in Swift. And for Flutter, we have Flutter Web3, which I personally prefer, but more popular is Web3 Dart as a project. So it's rather up to you which you choose. For React Native, we have also some solutions, but let's say Web3 React Native thing, which was, let's say, listed a lot on Stack Overflow, is something which is not longer supported. So try to find something which is better to use. And unfortunately for React Native, I don't have, let's say, some best recommendations for now which can be used. And if we think about the pros and cons of Web3 world, we, as I mentioned, are in the moment that, okay, this is something new. And a lot of people don't understand that, okay, I can buy something which is represented by some graphic, like, for example, the one which represents the fire started, which I have on the title screen, or picture of monkey, which costs absurd amount of money. And this is something which people understand as an NFT for now. So, but in real, under this, we have this contract which defines what we can do with this NFT. Also, if we are thinking as from business perspective, one of the pros of the Web3 world is that, okay, we can create some temporary or time-limited tokens, which give some values, for example, in next 3 years, but after some date, the value is nothing because they will, let's say, disappear, and or generally will not give any values. And this is something which we can define in the contract. I think that another problem which we have is that, okay, NFT is something which requires some understanding of the way how the contract is written. So we need to know the programming language to understand that, okay, the contract defines exactly the same thing which is described by the text which define the NFT in more human-friendly form. So also the level of trust is something which generally need to jump some barrier. The one of the problems which we can see is, okay, this kind of delays to, let's say, get the ownership, because, okay, we need to process in the blockchain. So sometimes the scalability can be a challenge because comparing to the centralized world. But I think this is not that big deal, which can affect a lot of businesses. So, but I saw that this is one of these advantages mentioned in many places for these kind of solutions. From Web 3.0 in mobile perspective, I think this can be a future. So I think we can go through Q&A right now. Dennis?
Yeah, okay, guys. What can I say? It was super awesome. It was super interesting. Michal, thank you very much for a good presentation. And we have a free time, so if you don't mind, I'm going to ask you a couple of questions.
Yes, please.
Yeah, okay. So, Michal, how do you see the future of mobile in terms of Web3?
Okay, so as we see, some concepts of the Web3 phones start be, let's say, proposed for the market. And to be honest, okay, as a normal user, let's say normal human who don't think about the cryptocurrency and NFTs and stuff like that, I for now don't see the reasons. But when you jump into this world, access to the wallet, let's say everywhere, having the MetaMask application, access the, I don't know, Discords of all the communities or web pages where we can access things easily, mobile apps, using, let's say, only one way of logging is something awesome. And the fact that, okay, I can have some application on my mobile phone, for example, a game. I done the big progress in this game, and but after some time, I discovered that, okay, it started with 15 minutes per day at the beginning. Yeah, I think all of us know this scenario, and
yeah,
at some point we discovered that, okay, this game took me half of the day. So what I can do, I can uninstall it, but if I have the ownership of the progress in this game, I can sell it to some other crazy person who would like to, let's say, progress much faster. Okay, it can be, let's say, something which for gaming industry can be, let's say, not the best solution. Depends how we take a look at it. Some gamers mentioned that it can be scared, but this is one of the options. Also, let's have the scenario like one of the NFTs which I have. It gives me access to some trainings, courses about some modern technologies, yes? So I go through all of them, and I don't see, let's say, I use this value. And right now I can share it with someone else uh, to to give this access to the same trainings or sell it. Also, let's say the way how we can process with, for example, as a company, we have some training portal to which we have access as NFTs, and we have a lot of employees. So we can, let's say, assign this token for 2 weeks to one person, or provide some 2 weeks tokens where the person can choose the course, do this, and finish it. Then, if he needs more time, another token, or give the token to another person. So the way how we can share the access to something is also something which can be really nicely solved, and the same in a mobile world. So this is my expectation about it.
Yeah, cool. Thank you. Thank you. And still we have a couple of minutes left. So I have one more question. And why do you think Web3 important for this market right now? Why we should follow to it?
Generally, it addresses a lot of the things which we haven't had in the Web 2 world. And I think the let's say situations which we had at the beginning of this year, or generally during even the COVID, shows that okay, we can quite easily lose something which is digital access to something without having, let's say, some control of it. So Web3, the usage of blockchains give us this opportunity that, okay, we can, we have the ownership, which is really difficult to take from us. Of course, if someone hacked our wallet, it can be problematic. But this is something which we should address and control on our own. On the other hand, in the Web 2.0 way, if we had the same password for multiple systems, if one of them were hacked, the person can access any other quite easily. Here, the password it's let's say much more stronger, so we rather control our security. Okay, so maybe before the last questions, thank you everyone for the attention. If someone is interested more in this Web3 stuff on Medium of Mobile People, so our community here, mobile community here at EPAM, there is first blog about Web3 for developers. This start the series, which should occur every 2 weeks, with the new blog, which describes some next steps of the this, let's say, new trend of world. And if we take a look at this Web3, do we have any other questions?
Michal, unfortunately, we are time boxed and we have to wrap it up. But
okay.
I will ask you and I will ask you to answer the rest of a question offline, and we can post it in our community. So thank you very much, Michal.
Thank you very much. One thing which I would like to mention, I think today left to get something like that. So if you have some NFTs, cryptocurrency on your wallet, this type of solutions like Ledger is really useful for your security. And because of the merge of Ethereum, the price is, let's say, much less. So I think security first. This type of tools save your life, save my life many times.
Right.
So it's really recommended by me.
Okay.
to
Thank
have
you very
something
much,
like that.
Michal.
Thank you.
again. Yeah. And for our audience, I'd like to say that we have a lot of more interesting information. Also, a lot of more very interesting speakers, and stay with us. And goodbye.
Goodbye. Thank you.
Hello, everybody.
Recording in progress.
Welcome to the day 3 of Blockchain Community Day. So today we have another interesting speaker. We'll talk about the truth about tokenization beyond digital data. We'll explore the true potential of the NFT and how the tokenization, the artworks works. We'll also talk about the use cases in the real world scenario, how we're going to use the tokenization in the future. So stay tuned for a fantastic topic. Before we start on, right, I'll just give a small introduction for a very interesting speaker we have with us. We have with us Shyamilan Somachandran. He's the co-founder and CEO of Neptron, right? So he's also as the CEO of Neptron, which is a blockchain and service platform that recently won the Startup Award. He's also a blockchain consultant advisor with multiple organizations and startups globally. He has around more than 5 years of experience in the decentralized application with solution architecture and development, which helps business and organizations to start, right? So before we introduce you to Shyamilan, just want to tell you that this will be for 45. We'll talk about the different tokenization theory, and there will be at the end of the session, right, we'll take all the interesting questions from you. And before we start, just want to mention that the video has been recorded with all your permissions. So yes, let's get started with a warm applause to Mr. Shyamilan Somachandran. Hi, Shyamilan.
Hi, Puneet. Hi, everyone. Hope you're having a great day and you're having a knowledgeful sessions that are lined up before and after the session as well. And hope this session will give you some interesting information and something that you can look beyond the artworks in the NFT markets and tokenization. So I'm excited to start and share whatever I have learned and whatever I have experienced while doing some real world applications, and looking forward to answer some questions as well. So if you have any questions, if you have any doubts, feel free to ask and we can directly answer on those. Yeah. So I think everything was set up. So I'll directly start with the session. And as you know, like from the title, so it's the truth about tokenization beyond digital art. So we are talking more about tokenization and NFTs today, and we are not focusing much on what happened in the past or what's happening now in terms of the artworks and digital space. But what we are going to talk more about what is beyond artworks. So there's a huge, huge potential and huge advancements that are happening beyond the artworks, and we are going to mainly look into those applications and those use cases and how you can if you are a developer or if you are a business person looking into this, so you can see like how you can get advantages of tokenization in your domains, as well as if you are a person who is looking to see what we can do beyond NFTs, in terms of artworks. You'll have some great information from this session, what you can see and what is the true potential and where is the market is heading apart from the artworks. So that's the whole idea about what I'm going to talk. And at the start, we'll be explore from the basics of non-fungible tokens and how it works and all. And then we'll see some of the use cases. And at the end, I'll share some of the experience, what as a company Neptron, we have experience on that and how we helped different businesses, different domains to use tokenizations and getting a lot of benefits in their domains and in their respective industries. So what is fungible? So it's all started from the NFTs. Everyone heard about NFTs after the artworks getting sold for high prices and all, but it's not something that came into the market in 2021. We have NFTs as non-fungible tokens, which are from 2017. We have those in the market, and everyone started to explore NFTs specifically on the communities within blockchain, and the developers who are building applications on blockchain, they were started to explore from 2017, and the first applications, it came in CryptoKitties, Decentraland. So those are the leading applications from those times where people started to buy kitties and for as NFTs, and they can breed, they can do a lot of things with those kitties, and they can resell. There's a lot of potential on resale values as well. But it's all started to get huge hype after the artworks got sold for millions of dollars. and people will get notice about, okay, there's something called NFT. And then I'm seeing this is, it's more like how people started to define as cryptocurrency or Bitcoin is blockchain. So at that time, when early 2010, 2013, 2014, or even some of the people still now, they get to know about blockchain after they heard about Bitcoin or else cryptocurrencies. So they get into a misconception as Bitcoin is blockchain or crypto is blockchain. So similar way, I'm seeing the transformation in tokenization as well, or even if you can call it as NFTs, people mostly think or get into conception as artworks is NFTs. So it's NFT means it's all about artworks, digital arts and all, but it's same as what blockchain did beyond the cryptocurrencies and beyond the Bitcoin. So it's the same potential that we have in the NFTs and tokenization as well, that can go beyond what we have now as artworks. And also it's all about artwork is one of the use cases that are on top of NFTs, and we have a lot of other use cases and a lot of real world use cases that we can apply even now on through NFTs and get through potential and benefited from the blockchain and the tokenization part. So what is fungible? So fungible, as you can see here, like we have three images here, like we have a dollar note, we have some gold biscuits, and we have a Bitcoin as well. So all these things we can put it under a fungible category, because if you have a $100 note and you can directly exchange that with another $100 note, because the value is always same. And even if it is a dollar note is a new one and maybe your friend's dollar note is a bit old, still it contains the same value and there's no issues for you or your friend to transfer those two coins or two notes in between. And similar concept with the gold as well. So if you have a 100 grams of gold, you can directly transfer that, exchange that value for another 100 grams of gold, because end of the day it's a gold and the value is same, so you can directly able to transfer it. So similar thing happens in Bitcoin as well, or any cryptocurrencies that we have. Most of the cryptocurrencies that we have, we can directly able to exchange. So if I'm having a one Bitcoin, I can directly able to, exchange with another person who is having a one Bitcoin, because I know that it's globally, it's going in the same price, and there's no issues whether my Bitcoin is minted early or is your Bitcoin is minted late. There's no difference on that because globally it's going as the same value. So these are the assets that we call it as fungible, which we can directly transfer or directly exchange within that class of assets. We can directly able to do it. We call it as a fungible assets. So what is non-fungible? So this is where the NFT comes, non-fungible tokens. So non-fungible assets are which we cannot exchange as same as what we do for fungibles. So for an example, if you take a Mona Lisa painting, which is a classical example that everyone gives when it comes to non-fungible, because we have only one Mona Lisa painting, and which is created by the original artist. There's no way that we can exchange that with another Mona Lisa painting, because the reason is one is we have only one, and the other thing is the date it's created or the date is published and the artist info. So everything comes together. That art comes as a non-fungible, which we cannot able to transact or which we cannot able to exchange. So similar thing which happens with, even if you take it as a patent. So you have a one patent for a particular project and your concept, your idea, everything comes as unique. So then it comes as a non-fungible. You can't able to transfer it. Another example, we can take it as domain names. So if you have a domain name, for an example, if I have a domain name as sharmila.com, I can't exchange that domain name for sharmila.io or sharmila.org, because each of those has different values and each of those comes as unique. So if I have sharmila.com and there's another sharmila.com, then it's able to transact. But here, these assets or these items is mostly comes as a one kind of thing, and it's always unique. So we cannot able to transact or exchange. Similar like that, you can take your houses for a classical example, because each of your houses or each of your apartments will becomes as a unique non-fungible asset or item, because even though you have and your neighbor has the same architecture house and same dimensions and same square feet and same materials and everything is used, but still these two are comes as unique because of the latitude, attitude, and the ownership and all the like sites and all those information that you're gathering from the land registry record. It makes that particular land and particular asset or particular house or apartment comes as a unique one. You cannot able to directly transact or exchange that with another house because both has a different values and different attributes inside that. So this is why non-fungible. This is why we call it as NFTs for when you are converting artwork, or even if it comes as a digital artwork, we call it as NFTs because the art is created at a particular time, which contains the particular informations and particular numbers and particular timestamp, particular artist info. It's all together comes and make that particular digital artwork comes as a unique one. And we can directly divide this into 4 sectors by 2 different concepts or 2 different attributes. We already seen non-fungible, fungible, but we have in those each non-fungible and fungible, we have intangible and tangible assets as well. So tangible means we can touch and feel, and intangible means it comes in digital form. And when it comes to non-fungible, intangible, that is where most of the artworks, which is on digital artworks and CryptoKitties, as I mentioned, and domain names as and I mean all the apes or whatever artworks that we have, it's all fall under that particular non-fungible, intangible category. And when it comes to non-fungible, tangible, where we have real world items that comes as NFTs, which is Mona Lisa painting or is your I mean automobile cars or whatever, and real estate things. And we have a lot of other real world items that we can put it as non-fungible, tangible. So one of the examples that we work on is on gemstones, diamonds, trackings, and traceabilities, which you can directly put it under the non-fungible, tangible items, which is mostly comes as a once in a kind and unique based on the location that they collect and the mining farms and different process that they go through. And when it comes to fungible, we have again intangible ones, which is again Bitcoin, Ethereum, all the cryptocurrencies that we can put it under that. And fungible, we have a tangible also. We have the gold and oil, so different items that will fall under that, even including the fiat currencies. And what is the difference versus fungible and non-fungible? So fungible, as we mentioned, it's more like a summarization. We can interchangeable, and it's a uniform, so it's a one class of assets we can directly define, and it's divisible as well. So we can break one Bitcoin into 2 Bitcoins, or you can have $100 node, you can exchange with a person to get it as 250 nodes as well. But when it comes to non-fungible, it's non-interchangeable. You can't exchange it for a one-to-one. So we have another category of class of assets like semi-fungible. So we'll come to that later. But in non-fungible, you can't interchange. And it always comes as a unique, either one or else maybe 2 or 3, which will becomes as a unique form of assets. And it's non-divisible as well. So you can't go and break an artwork or break a house into multiple. You can do fractionalization, which will be a feature of NFTs, but you can't directly break that into 2 or 3 parts and sell it. And so that's where it's all heading up to NFTs. So we are now focusing, from now onwards, we are focusing more on non-fungible tokens. And let's start with the history of NFT. So the history of NFT is started from 2014 till 2017 is a phase we can define. And then what is after 2017 till 2021 or 22. So 2014 to 2017 is the major shift or else major market change that happens in not only on NFTs or things, but on globally on blockchain as well. Because until 2014, from 2008 till 2014, what blockchain can do to the world, it's all about cryptocurrencies, altcoins, and it's all about finance. But when Ethereum comes into the play in 2014, it's where the applications started to, people can create applications, and it's opened up a huge window where all the other industries can come and get benefited from blockchain. So until that, it's all about finance and banking or else money exchanges, transfers. But then after 2014, we can see like a lot of potential applications like supply chain on blockchain, healthcare on blockchain, real estate on blockchain, telco on blockchain. So everything started to pick up after 2014. because the shift is, it's not about you can transfer valuable money or valuable assets through blockchain to another untrusted party or maybe another person wherever in the world. The same way you can do data as well. So the same way you are putting a Bitcoin and transfer to another person, you can put data into the blockchain and you can send that data, so you can store the data, you can transfer documents. So a lot of potential started to create after that. And that is the point. It's everything started to, I mean, everyone started to see blockchain in a different dimension or different way. And that leads people to create NFTs in 2016 to 2017 period, where everyone started to explore what we can do. I mean, other than crypto tokens or cryptocurrencies, what we can do beyond that. So that's the point when CryptoKitties started to come, Decentraland started to come, where people started to put the term called NFT, and they started to define standards in Ethereum like ERC 721, and they define as anything that comes as unique, we can directly put it under these standard, and we can create NFTs under these, and it can be on digital kitties, or it can be on digital decentralized lands, or it can be on certifications, documents, anything that we want. So 2017, it started to pick up, but then it didn't go that well. But there are a lot of potential applications happen. I mean, without getting into hype, but there are a lot of potential applications started to pick up. One of the major use cases at the early stages, it's on ticketing. So where people started to create tickets, event tickets, and concert tickets on crypto, blockchain as NFTs. And then it started to go beyond that, a bit on, digital identities started to pick up on that, and a lot of certifications and things started to come as NFT tokens. But 2017 to 2021, it's another phase or another shift we can see. And maybe it's good or maybe it's a bad. The NFT artworks comes and picked up into the market, where people saw that there are like people are buying these artworks for $1 billion bucks. Then because of that hype, everyone started to see NFT again, and it opened up a huge window onto these digital art market, and people started to create a lot of NFTs on artworks, which we can see now. A lot of ape artworks, or else a lot of other different artworks started to come in, and that started to create a new market, which we can see on marketplaces like OpenSea and all started to come beyond that. So it's all started after this 2017 to 2021 period, and that's where it's everyone get to know there's a thing called NFT and its potential. So what we are going to look after this is about what is happening after 2021 till now, and what we can expect in the future. So what are the ways that crypto can go, and what NFT can go, and what are the ways that it can impact on the real world lives, as well as how it can impact on the businesses. So I would say like we are still in a phase of bubble, so which is similar like what happens in 2017-18 period. We call it as ICO boom, where everyone, once a couple of ICOs started to pick up, everyone started to put projects on ICOs, and ICOs started to go crazy. A lot of people started to create ICOs, a lot of projects came, and there are some were gone as scams, some were gone as potential ones, but it's a lot of, there's no direction on where it's going, but everything was around that ICOs. But then once that burst happens, people understand that, okay, there are potential ICOs and there are some are scams and not potential. So then the market shifted into IEOs, security tokens, or different things started to come in to regulate and to make it in a more trustable and more suitable way that it can work. So similar like that, we can see now we don't know the direction. So as an individual, we can see like a lot of movements happening around the NFT artworks. But at one point, we know that as a personal experience, we knew that it's not every NFT artworks that out there is potential. And there are some artworks which truly potential, which gives you a kind of one kind of a membership, or is one kind of access. There's a utility value and a lot of other benefited lined up behind that. But some of the artworks we can see it's just a piece of art and it don't carry that much of a utility, or else it don't have that much of a secondary market value in a long term. So when that bubble burst happens, most of these will go and die, and then what will remain is the true potential NFTs or tokenizations, which can be on the true real world use cases like NFTs or tokenization on supply chain, tokenization on healthcare, tokenization on documents, traceabilities. So these are the ones that can sustain. The reason I'm saying why this can sustain is because all these ones are directly attached with one of the real world use cases that we are doing. Because NFT artworks, if you take it, it's not something that everyone directly go and purchase it every day. So it's something that the art lovers will purchase it. But if you are a person who is around this space, you knew that 90% of the people who are buying these artworks in marketplaces are mostly on traders who see the potential and the values and they purchase it and then they resell it and all. So the utility values for some artworks are there. It's not like every artwork is not potential or every artwork will die in the end, but there are some potential ones which will be sustained. But the ones that don't have a long-term potential will have a shorter term of period until the burst happens. But once the burst happens, we knew, I mean, the people will understand that what are the true potential use cases that are sustaining and that are currently living through this burst, then people can directly understand those values and then the market can pick up and go fast. So I'll explain you some of the use cases that can pick up in the future or that already some of the companies or some of the industries are moving towards that direction, and maybe it's more like early adapters in this space, and through that you can get some idea like where this space is heading, and that's where we can get like what is the true potential about NFTs and tokenization. So one of the I'll take you through a couple of use cases, and this is one of the use cases that we can see beyond artworks. So these collectibles already, it's not something that came after the NFTs or blockchain. These collectibles, I mean, collecting sports cards is mostly in the Western side of the world. We can see people are crazy about these collecting cards, especially the ones that are autographed by these players. So it goes for higher amount, higher price values, and they trade it even before the NFT trading engines and things started to come, like they do OTC tradings and P2P tradings and all. So this already had a potential and values. So when the people started to create this in the NFTs and on top of the blockchain, it automatically turns to that value here, and it's make the people more easy to transact and more easy to buy and trade because it's provide that liquidity over these assets. So one of the major advantages that NFTs is providing, or I'll call it as NFTs in a term of tokenization, because what the advantage tokenization providing for the real world assets, it's about liquidity. So when you have a house or when you have a collectible cards, it always comes as a physical, a tangible one. And if you want to transfer that with another person, it's always you have to go through a lot of process and manual verifications, a lot of things to do to transact that. But when it comes to digital, and once you are putting this into blockchain as a token, it comes in a form of a token where it's linked with a real asset, and the real, whether it's a house or else whether it's a collectible, it always has that direct link with that token. But it's easy to transact that token because it's same as how you're transacting a Bitcoin to another person or how you're transacting a crypto to another person. You can transact the same way your house or your car or your collectibles, because it's provide that liquidity over that asset, and that person can automatically redeem that for a real world assets and ownership of that. Everything can be transacted through that particular token, and that will be proved and can be able to verify, and that gives that ownership through the transparency and immutability. We have it as advantage on top of the blockchain. And one of the other domains that we can see, which is picked up after 2017, 18 till 2022 now, which is about gaming and gaming on NFTs and tokenization. Everyone, like as a kids, like we would have played different type of games, and mostly what we do is when we play games, we have different characters or different powers or different accessories. If we want to buy, we have to earn a certain points, so then we can redeem those points for these accessories and we can collect it. In the other side, what we will be doing is if we can't play and earn, we have to put our credit cards or debit cards and we had to buy those for a fiat currency of money. So what NFT doing here is they created these accessories or characters or powers as NFTs. So then once you are doing these, playing these games, you can earn these NFTs, which already have a potential value, real world value on that. Because you are spending a lot of time on gaming, you can here make a earning as well. So it's where the P2E domains or P2E model scheme, play to earn. So once you earn these NFTs, or once you earn these characters as NFTs, you can directly able to trade that with anyone. So because there will be a limited amount of power or limited amount of accessories in these games. Once you play properly and once you play brilliant and you get some points or you get some powers, you can directly able to trade that with another person who is looking to purchase that and to advance the gaming or whatever the stages that they want to complete based on the gaming mechanisms. You can able to trade that and you can make some earnings through that. So this is one of the ways P2E models works, as well as they do a lot of collaborative gamings, multiplayer gamings, and make it on a more challenging models as well. But this is one of the domains that picked up beyond NFT artworks. And this is one of the games in early 2018-19 was a bit popular. I'm not sure like how it's heading now, but it's called Crypto Fast, which is it's about a card game, and you can buy different accessories for their tokens as NFTs, and you can combine that with the car, and you can ride it a bit more fast, bit more turbo powers and all. And at the same time, you can able to sell that for or exchange that or P2P trading for another person as well. So let's see how this domain is heading after 2020 or where it will be goes. So one of the areas I can see it is on identification certification, which we already have some of the certification on blockchain. So which is pretty different than certification on NFTs, because certification on blockchain means you can create an image of the certification, you can get that image, you can put it into IPFS, and then maybe you can get that IPFS hash, you can put it onto blockchain, and you can call it as it's on the blockchain. Obviously, it's tamper proof and it's immutable. It's sitting on blockchain, but it's not gives that fungible. Fungible asset, or else, sorry, it's not gives that liquidity over the assets, as well as it won't give that direct ownership and verification at the end when it comes to this certification or this identity goes for a HR person or else a person who is recruiting, or else it's going for some kind of a verification. It's very hard again for verifying those informations. But when you're putting these as tokens, how it works is, or how it's working currently is, we have done some of the use cases on these as well. So your university will create NFTs. So these NFTs or tokenizations will come as each of these certifications or credentials as badges or physical, similar like physical certifications, they can give it as a NFT image certifications. And it will be, end of the day, as I mentioned, it will come as a token form. So they'll be directly send that to a student. So it's not that they're just putting into blockchain and sharing a link with you. It's they are putting into blockchain and they are directly sending to you. So your wallet will contain these informations. So when it comes to the verification, for those parties, it's make their lives more easy, because they don't need to go and verify much of the infos. They knew that if this certification is there, they can see through the blockchain where it's come from. So if it's come from the university, they knew that it directly comes as a verified one. And if they want to make it more verification, they know that where they want to access and whom they want to verify it as well. So identity management and certification is one of the potential areas. And we can see already in a lot of countries which are regulated on cryptos and digital assets, they are more towards real estate. where they have, it's not about only putting your house as an NFT and provide that a transaction in a more smooth and without middleman. You can directly able to do these transactions with a person, buyer and the seller only, without using the middle person. But what is the interesting part I am seeing in the real estate is it's about fractionization of the real estate. So if you are living in United States or wherever, if you have huge apartments or else huge malls, it's very difficult for a person to go and afford a hall place, or it's maybe a hall floor, because it maybe goes as $1 million box, or as I mean, millions and millions of the dollars you had to spend to acquire that particular space or particular plot. But what fractionalization is doing is it's giving everyone equal opportunity to invest in the real estate. So that is what I'm seeing as a huge shift in the real estate market because of the tokenization. So if you have a house, or maybe if you have a, let's take a, there's a huge mall and there's a shop in that mall that goes maybe around, just an example as $100,000. But it's very difficult for a person to afford it. But when it comes to fractionalization, you can put 100,000 of fractions of that particular place. You can create as a fractionized tokens, and each token in that sense will comes as a $1. So if a person who has $1, they can able to invest on that. As same as if you have $50,000, you can put it and you can purchase 50,000 tokens as well. So it gives equal opportunity for everyone to invest on these real estate based on whatever the amounts they have. And once that investment is goes in, every month, maybe that particular floor or maybe that particular apartment is rent out and it's making revenues, it will be split across all the token holders. So every month you can make that passive income, as well as later on, if you want, you can transfer that or you can trade that to another person, because people can see maybe you bought it at the early stage for the one token is for $1, but now that $1 token is making you every month maybe around $0.5 or $1. So then people can see it's making that passive income. So based on that, the value of those fractionized tokens can go up, and people can go crazy and buying those things as well. So these are the ones that can have like real values on the NFTs or fractionized tokens. And supply chain is one of the interesting areas where people know that blockchain is used in supply chain for traceabilities of organic, pharmaceutical, and automobile. A lot of things will happen on blockchain-based traceabilities. But I'm not talking about blockchain-based traceability here, but I want to talk about how blockchain-based traceability can become more potential or more advancement using NFTs. Rather than tracing a batch of apples or else a single apple in terms of on blockchain to prove that whether it's organic, or maybe a batch of pharmaceutical drugs as well. Just what happens in the current scenario is most of the 95% of the supply chain traceability applications works in a way they just put those informations from multiple parties, and they just gather these informations through different IoT devices and mechanisms to put it on blockchain. And at the end, the consumer can go back and see from the farm to shelf whatever things happens. But with the tokenization, you can directly put, for an example, if you want to go more deep, you can tokenize each apples or each vegetables as well. But in a more practical way, you can take it in a batch. You have around 400 or 500 kilograms of apple, means you can put it as 500 tokens. So each token is represented on 1 kilo. So from that point onwards, when it comes to farm to transport person, the farmer will transfer 500 tokens to the transport guy. So transport guys traceability will become more easier, because they don't need to enter these values, and they don't have any way that they can go and immutable or tamper these informations, because it's always comes in a compact token format. So you are adding more values to that particular NFT or particular number of tokens as SFTs, but you are not able to change any infos. So that particular 500 tokens will becomes to transport guy. He will be transferred that to a warehouse or a factory. And then if they are, for example, if they are making juice bottles out of that 500 kilos of oranges or apples, and they can put it as a ratio, like if they get 1 kilo, they can make maybe 2 bottles. So then everyone knows that 500 kilo means how many bottles they can make. So we can directly put a standardized mechanism. They can't bring any counterfeit products through the factory because everyone can track how much comes and how much is going out. And when it comes to even bottling and all, we can directly convert that 500 tokens into maybe 5,000 bottles. And wherever it's distributing, each part of the world they're distributing, they knows that how much tokens were distributed through that. So they knows how many bottles were gone through that. And even if it comes to end consumer, they can, it's not about they're just seeing the informations, they can get that token or get that particular traceability profile attached with their particular accounts or maybe particular wallets. So that direct connection with that end consumer will be provided through this tokenization. So it's not about what happens farm to shelf. It can give you a access what can happen after the shelf as well. So medical, yesterday also I was part of one of the panel discussion with Tom in the blockchain community day. So we explore a lot on how tokenization and tokenomics can help redesigning the or remodeling the healthcare, specifically on the healthcare records. So tokenizations will provide a lot more secure and a lot more, 100% ownership to the patients for their data. So currently the data are with a lot of pharmaceutical companies accessing these data directly from the hospitals, or else if you're using medical apps or different devices, so those devices are, your data are collected through that, and those data can be sold out, or maybe they're already making sales. And I think yesterday's session we explored like 300 billion worth of market is there for the patient records. But it's actually the asset of the patient. If I'm a patient, my records is my asset, and I have to have the full ownership over that. Tokenization will provide that for you in terms of you can create an account for you, and maybe you can create it as in a way tokenizing on each patient and attaching all of those informations to that particular token. So every information will be comes under that particular token, and at any point if the owner wishes only, they can able to share whatever the information with doctor, or maybe even they can trade that information with pharmaceutical companies as they have a proper track record of those informations which connected with a particular token, which provides easy way to transact and easy way to do it. And we explored one of the use cases in Sri Lanka, where we worked with one of the medical apps, where we can able to trace and we can able to track patient records. It's not only about records when it comes to medical records, like it comes in file formats, it comes in lab reports, or different kind of information comes. We can make it everything as a kind of a tokenization, and you can able to track it, and that provides easy liquidity way of transacting. And on top of this, it provides that accountability. So it comes in a more behind the scenes of work, or behind the scenes of truth in blockchain. So everyone talks about blockchain provide trust. Of course, blockchain provides trust, but at the back, what blockchain is doing is, because it's provide that trust and the transparency, it makes every single user on that who are entering the data or who are accessing the data to behave more accountable for what they're doing, because blockchain never stops you, or blockchain use cases never stop you from doing or from making bad behaviors or bad actions. But once you do that, it's like you can be easily get caught, because everyone can see that what is happens and everyone knows who did that. And it's more like a record that is stored, which cannot be tampered or which cannot be changed. So it makes everyone more accountable of what they're doing. And these kind of use cases, it makes more sense on that. And domain names, that we already have seen a lot of transformations going on that, like .eth, Ethereum name servers, and we have a lot of other domain name providers. I don't want to like mention each of the names, but there are a lot of other domain name providers which are providing NFT based and tokenization based domain names, which is a classical, or which is an example or the use case that perfectly match with NFTs as well. And governments also can use NFTs we have already seen a lot of transactions, or a lot of countries were using e-voting and votes through transactions. So every country, maybe at a small level, small scale, even Estonia, USA, India, a lot of countries were tried out on blockchain-based votings for different stages or different scales, and they can directly use it on a token model as well. So they can issue tokens, like for an example, in that sense, it becomes more like a SFT tokens, so semi-fungible tokens, which is similar like how Bitcoin. So I would say Bitcoin is a semi-fungible token because it's a class of asset, or it's a defined asset like gold or fiat currency. So it's a one kind of asset that you have different number of tokens inside that. So similar like that, you have it for gold, you have it for dollars, or you have it for different items that we already seen on fungible side, but you can't have that on non-fungible side on these Mona Lisa paintings and all, which we comes as NFTs. But SFTs we can create. For an example, if it is a country is going on e-voting and specifically on blockchain voting, they know, like for example, if they have around 1 million citizens, they can create 1 million voting tokens. So each token will have a same value as one vote, and each will be given to or attached to one of the each citizen's wallets. So every citizen can hold one token, and it will be attached directly to that. So when the voting is happens, they can directly transfer that token to wherever they want, and anonymization and everything can be comes through blockchain as the other ways that we can map these with the real world votings or different mechanisms on that. So these will be make more easy rather than go to the blockchain poll and just click a button to cast your vote. It's more like at the start point onwards, like there's a 1 million tokens, 1 million token is issued. And if we get 500 tokens, or 500,000 of tokens, or 600,000 of tokens, that's much of the votes that we got. And how to divide and all, it's because of that liquidity that is provided. So beyond the digital artworks, we have seen NFTs on original music counts as NFTs, digital collectibles we explored, tickets to events, and limited edition fashion items like merchandise items, domain names, and in-game items, which are going and which are already picked up these markets and which are heading towards in a right direction. And the other domains that we explore, like supply chain, medical, voting, and documentation traceabilities and all, are the domains or are the industries that we can look forward where the market will comes in. And all these use cases can be directly tied up with this tokenization. On energy, we have seen a couple of startups were already doing on tokenization of the electricity or solar energies and different things, and easily able to, because it's provide that again that liquidity to transfer it. And real estate, what we explain on that, and transport, music, government, insurance working on that. Education, it's mostly on certifications, credentials through NFTs and student record managements. And charities, where charities can issue tokens or can sell tokens where people can purchase it and donate it as a token, which has a value towards that. And so far, this is kind of the market movement that we have. It's all about some market movements on name servers or domain names, and mostly it's with the CryptoKitties or artworks, and that space is where a lot of movements happens. But you can see there are small spots where we can see a lot of other market movements can happen. And this is one of the small examples I can show where we are now. And these are the kind of marketplaces that we have. This is not all, but these are some. And these are the infrastructure that we have, which you need to do these tokenizations. You need a blockchain, you need a wallet, and all these base layers, we need to have that in order to get these advantages. And it's mostly the movement is on games, collectibles, and artwork. So that's where it's the more movements happening in the market currently. And again, like to give that final touch on the true potential, it's not about artworks. So you can tokenize an Apple, the same scenario I was mentioned. You can tokenize the SpaceX rocket itself, and you can profile, you can do maintenance, and you can tokenize the individual as well, and you can track records, and you can attach information through that. And at the last, I'll just touch on what we do. So Niftron is a blockchain as a service platform which built it based on NFTs and tokenization. So every project that comes through Niftron which automatically goes through a SFT or NFT tokenization model, which is why we done it for supply chain, which is why we done it for documentations and healthcare. So everything will be go through this tokenization. The reason we do it is the vision of Niftron is to make the blockchain simple for the people who are in Web2 to transform into Web3 or directly building Web3. Because the problems is you don't have at the start, you don't have that much of a skill gap and the learning gap on that, because blockchain is, it's not that something that comes in like last 10, 15 years where you have resources on that. Each blockchain comes very like 2 to 3 years old and you don't have that much resources on that. So the learning curve will be high. And the other side, even if you want to put your team to learn through that, it takes a bit of a time and the effort cost. And the secondary option you have is you have to go out and hire someone, which is costly at the moment because blockchain market is heading skyrocket, but blockchain resources, we don't have that much of a supply. So because the supply and demand, we have to pay a higher amount to hire these people. So that's one of the reasons we made Niftron, which comes as a version of software development kits like SDKs, like libraries. And we have a no-code platform which is called DPro. So in these two, businesses can directly come and integrate blockchain with the knowledge that they have. So we have SDKs that comes in JavaScript, Java, which can be used by Web 2.0 developers, which we have enough. And they don't need to know how blockchain works or which blockchain to choose and all. So the reason is we are going as blockchain agnostic. So we are not dependent on a single blockchain. We have multiple blockchains connected through that. And you can decide which blockchain you want to go. And you don't need to think a lot to choose which blockchain you want to go as well, because it's a cross-chain platform. So you can pick whatever the blockchain you want to go. And later, if you feel this is not something suitable, you can directly do a button switch and you can transfer your data or tokens through another chain as a cross-chain function. And if you don't have even a Web 2.0 developers, you can directly use with DPro. It's called decentralized profiling model. So in this one, you can explore supply chain, healthcare, different applications through DPro applications without doing a coding. So it's a no-code platform. You can directly go and put your products into blockchain, put your traceability into blockchain, put your health records into blockchain. You can create domain names, you can create merchandise items, a lot of things you can do through this particular no-code platform. So far, these are some of the clients that we have worked in locally as well as globally. And we have clients from Canada, Singapore, New Zealand, and also some of the clients from UAE as well. So we mostly work with clients on some of the clients when it comes to Web 2.0. We help them on the whole transformation journey and get them into the end goal where they get these direct impacts. And we work on supply chain, document management, healthcare record management, and even on NFTs and other part of the tokenization models as well. And these are some of the awards and recognitions that we got in the last couple of years for the work that we have done in globally as well as local. So thank you, everyone. So that's pretty much about my talk. I hope I covered within the time. So I think we have some time for the Q&A and questions to ask. And if anyone wants to reach, you can feel free to reach us and reach me. And if you have any questions on tokenizations or else NFTs or anything that you want to explore on blockchain, I'm happy to help you guys and share my knowledge and experience with you guys. Thank you, guys. Thanks for listening.
Sure.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Milan. It was really fantastic, and you did give a really deep insights to how this tokenization works, right? And I think we are bang on time. So it was really wonderful knowing from the deep insights, so what tokenization, how it works, right? And we do have a lot of questions, but yeah, I'll try to pick up maybe 2, 3 in the interest of the time. Okay, sure. So let's take. So there's a question, right? The example, like there's a question by Muhammad Mirza is asking, like, what if, let's say you give an example of the physical Apple, right, wherein we can track into through tokenization, right? So he's asking, what if the Apple physical count is reduced during logistics or the transfer? How that might help?
Yes, so that's one of the reasons we do it on the tokenization model. So it's similar like what I mean, the physical scenarios of the physical world practices, how it works is when the farmer is collecting, for an example, 500 apples. once it's transporting, maybe you will be lose like 10% of that, maybe due to different different ways it can get damaged while they're transporting or different issues. So what we do it is when the transport guy collecting these and giving to the farm, warehouse or a factory, they can calculate on how many percentage of that is gone. So they can ideally do it as a burn tokens. So out of 500 tokens, they can maybe take the 10% of the tokens or maybe 20% of the tokens, and they can put it as those are the wastage ones. So that wastage part will be comes out of that token. And that also gives the opportunity for the businesses to calculate how much is going on waste at each point. And they can see like how are the mechanisms they can do to improve it. So it's about once you add this into token, the token till the token travels, you are the token is collecting data. So data is end of the day, it makes more valuable and insightful. So that's one of the reasons, that's one of the ways that it can work.
Interesting. Basically, if it's got damage, they can basically burn the tokens.
Yeah, so you can ideally burn, or else you can maybe put it on a separate wallet that you call it as a wastage wallet. So you can put it on that and you can track it later on.
Or maybe burner wallet, something like that, right?
Yes.
Okay, fantastic. Interesting. There are a lot of questions. I personally would like to continue with it with a lot of things, right? Really interested in that, but yeah, I'll take another maybe 2 questions, right?
Sure.
So yeah, let me check. Okay, there's another one, it's a long one. So I'll read it out and maybe I'll try to sum it up. It seems many people misinterpret the true use potential of NFTs. Seeing the crazy high prices and scams cause them to have negative feelings towards any project that advertises of them using NFTs, even scaring them off, or at least that's okay. Do you think the reception of NFTs will change with mass adoption? When would this happen? I think so far I've understood, I think Shamlilan has already you've covered that, right? So now it is like all NFTs, right? We need to understand what's the value. We cannot go into all the NFTs like you mentioned, right? With the time we'll need to understand what is the real value that the project or NFT is bringing, right? More or less.
Yes,
so I think you want to add on something on that?
Yeah, so it's in a one way is good or a bad. So I would say like because of these NFT artworks and things, it's get hype and a lot of people get to know about NFTs. So it's similar like how a lot of people get to know about blockchain through cryptos. So in that way, it makes sense, but it's not the end. So there's a lot of other things I think true potential on that. Yeah,
it's just the beginning, I think, right?
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, the knowledge is king here, right? We need to keep updating ourselves and see what's going on. Another one is a basic one, and I'll try to add something more before we wrap up, right? So can you give a demo of one real NFT transaction, just that we can get a better picture, right? So that's the question by Mohammed Mirza again and Matt Todkask. So I'll take an example based on my experience, right? So when he tells that, can you give a demo of the real NFT transaction? So let's see, I see NFT, which is which I can see a lot of potential, right? Really good founders, right? I can see the inner value of the project, right? So let's say I invest in that project. So I do it with my fiat money, right? I open a wallet, right? And I do the transaction. Now this transaction happens. So if it's on ETH network, it happens through Ethereum, right? And I pay, right? And there would be some kind of whatever gas fees or something, depends on the timing, right? And I pay that. Now I think he's mostly asking about, so when I pay, the transaction is basically captured in the blockchain network, and it's publicly available, right? I can easily
see it through Etherscan, yeah.
Trace the transfer. So it's kind of public library. So it is available for the next 20 years, or I can see it any time of the year, right? Now this transaction is kind of an transaction ID. And now, how do you differentiate this with the tokenization? Tokenization is it's a data, right?
So how it works is once you create these tokens, so it will be goes under particular transaction. And in the Etherscan, so for example, if it is done on Ethereum, you can see it on Etherscan. If it is done on Polygon, you can see it on Polygon Scan. Or if it is on Stellar, you can see it on Stellar Laboratory. So each has their own ways that you can interpret these transactions. So once you go inside, they always interpret that from what is on crypto tokens, what is the transaction on NFTs, because they have standards. So if it is NFT, it comes from ERC 721, or if it is on crypto, it comes on ERC 20. So those ways you can able to interpret and you can able to identify that. And how we do it is all the projects that are going through Nephron or Deep Pro, we have our own explorers for this. because
Okay.
Etherscan and Polygon scan is too technical for the real world users. So for an example, a person buying Apple, he don't know how to go to Etherscan and tracing those informations and doing it. So we have a Niftron Explorers and Deeper Explorers, which is more human friendly. So it will comes in more human readable information. It's not like hashes, public keys and all. So then people can directly verify those informations. And if they want, they can explore beyond that and go to the Etherscans and things as well. But maybe if he's looking for a demo, I would say like maybe you can reach me out and maybe
Sure,
we
sure.
can
We can
have
do
a
that.
demo on that. Yeah.
Okay, okay, yeah. So I think, yeah, that is all for now. And thank you again for such giving us a really good insights of the tokenization. I hope it really helped all of us here and the audiences as well. So yeah,
Sure.
wishing you
It's my
all the
pleasure,
best
guys.
luck and for your
It's
time
my
as well.
pleasure. Sure. It's my pleasure to take part in the blockchain community day. And thank you for inviting me, and hope you guys had a great day. And thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, everyone.
Thanks,
you, Vinny.
Shaglan.
Bye.
Great day. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, okay, that's it for now for this session, the truth about tokenization, right? And now the next session we have within another 4 minutes, which is like NFT advantages and pitfalls, will be covered by Andre. So please stay tuned for another 3 minutes and we'll be starting the next session. Thank you, Shamalan. Thanks, everyone. Stay tuned. Bye-bye.
Hi, everyone. Welcome to the third session on day 3 of Blockchain Community Day event. In this session, Andrei Viazovsky will continue our very popular topic of NFTs and plans to tell us a little bit about the advantages and the pitfalls of non-fungible tokens. Andrei has been with EPAM Systems for over 4 years, and his current role is business consultant. Just before I hand over to Andrei, a couple of short announcements. First, a reminder that anyone registering this week to attend our event will receive a free NFT. And secondly, you can leave any questions in the Q&A page on the We Are Community site for this talk that Andrei could address at the end of his presentation. Or you can also leave them in the Q&A tab in the presentation view if you see that. And with that, I will hand over to Andrei.
Thank you, Daniel. Thank you for such a flourishing presentation. So, yeah, today we will talk about NFTs with something like beyond the hype and more with the business focus on what is the NFTs about and how it can help business to deliver more value, to be more productive, and what other wonderful opportunities the NFTs open for the business. So my name is Andrew Viazovsky. You already know that I'm with EPAM for such amount of time. I'm working mostly with the blockchain and Web3 production, with development, with consultant, management, and let's take a look what this content will be about today. So I'm going to present to you some general information about the NFT. We will just become familiar with that. I will recall what it's about. We'll familiarize with some digital arts, what is NFT for GameFi, for brands, for digital identity. And for sure, we will take a look on the NFT and the criminals who is like become attracted by NFT and its opportunities, and you would understand why it's about. So let's take a look on the first one. So I'm quite sure that everyone who for the first time heard about the NFT is always seeing that or associate that with some JPEGs or with some 2D JPEGs like this one, which is sold for some tremendous amount of money. And that's really true. The most expensive NFT is now valuated as like some equivalent of $91 million. And that's like not a single that's compatible NFT, but that's the one. And overall revenue for the market is something close to like 11 billions in 2020, and projection for a couple of next years is exceed 200. So let's take a look what is about this digital art. So you can take a look on the left side. That's an example of another single, the most expensive NFT, which is actually sold on Sotheby's for 69 millions. And why it's actually so? And is it really the NFT has such an like significant price and such a value? So let's take a look at that art as the as the Mona Lisa for ancient, and now we evaluate that as the unique masterpiece, which does not exist anywhere. And like however copies we have, like on our pictures in internet, there exists another one, the original, which is actually proved and it's obtained by someone. The same thing here. So you have a digital ledger, which is 100% proof that you are the only owner of such an NFT, of such a digital art object. And while me actually placed it in my presentation, it's still the copy, and the original is obtained by another person. And the blockchain can prove that, and it's that's all the transaction is transparent, and that blockchain prove uniqueness of that NFT, as well as shown us the price was paid for that NFT before. So let's take a go ahead and see, except those super expensive digital arts, what other value NFT can bring to us and what it can be based on the technology. So as a non-fungible token means the unique one, the NFT can be a unique digital art representation. It can be a digital twin, means kind of we have a physical product and we can create a digital twin for this physical product, which exists digitally and can be used for different purposes, like some part of cloth or wearable or any other object used within the digital, maybe in game asset as it is, maybe some in metaverse. The NFT can be even some design chair in your metaverse hideout. The same thing can be with tickets or membership cards. So NFT can represent them as well. Moreover, it can be exceptional moments in the video, in our audio, maybe some pictures from your exceptional moments, which is as well stored as an NFT within the blockchain and can be there forever. And another thing which is I'm really fascinated about is digital identity. So the NFT can contain all the information about your identification, reputation, other things like all your eligibility and access to other digital services, but it's still decentralized. And we will talk about that a bit later in that presentation. So with that, a lot of this kind of options and abilities, let's try to consider each of them one by one. So what is about unique digital art? On the right side, you can see like NFT, which is called Quantum, created by the artist Kevin McCoy. And that's the very first NFT was sold for the $1.5 million. Another one, which is actually we already mentioned, and you've seen that on the previous slide, it's that every days, that first 500 days created by people and sold as a single NFT on Sotheby's for almost $70 million. That's most expensive single NFT right now. And another option, it's Jack Dorsey first tweet. We all know Twitter, but that tweet was sold for almost $3 million as an NFT. So right now, that tweet is owned by another person, so none but Jack Dorsey. That's just a kind of the most interesting, simple examples how the NFT can represent the digital art, and that uniqueness of that exists and owned by a single person or is proved by the blockchain. And the beauty of that is that no one can actually change that information within the blockchain. So if you're an owner, you can transfer your NFT, you can sell that NFT for any price you wish, and for a price someone would want to pay for that, but still it's owned by you. And when it's transferred, you transfer it to that person. And that's proved as the registry, which has high level of security to be hacked from the perspective of changing ownership within the blockchain. Let's take a look at that table, and what I want to pay your attention on the first two lines. First line is an OpenSea. OpenSea is well known as the NFT marketplace, which one of the famous, and it contains millions of NFTs. And if you're telling about selling NFTs, it's always associated with the OpenSea. And you can see here that like average volume of the OpenSea is close to 15 billions of US dollars. There are like something rough to 1.5 million of traders, and the average price of that means like 1,000, but starting price they quite low. Another line, which is actually X Infinity. And the X Infinity, it's not just the marketplace, it's more about game. It's game on the blockchain, most well-known game. And that actually has quite the same amount of traders within the marketplace, but like such a less volume. And again, they sell exactly NFTs, which is related to that game. And we'll see and talk about that a bit later. And beside that, there are a lot of other NFT marketplaces, games who actually sold, or traders who sold their NFT, and that market allows average people to earn money on NFTs, create their own NFTs, and what is more important, it brings consumers of the art closer to those artists, so they can easily create it by themselves, share that, sell that, and even get rewards based on the royalty from that, like reselling their art objects. GameFi. So why it's GameFi? Because it's game and finance. That's the first time when games allows users, players to earn money with them. So the option, which is actually before in traditional games, it's available only for professional cyber players who actually can earn money by that, championships for the traditional games. But here, within the GameFi, games propose average players to earn together with them, like simple, understandable options how to earn money with the game together, and they are included into game economy. And for sure, with that, the NFT within the game can represent a different thing. So starting with the characters, their parts, some weapons, ammunition, skins, cosmetics, even land, territories, or even crafting materials from that lands and territories. And based on different kind of game tokenomic, players can sell those characters or sell different skins, crafting materials to earn real money, real assets within the game, or buy those assets and buy those items to get advantage within the game and get more rewards. So that's the first time really when they can do this, and where the games propose that. For sure, if we try to compare the GameFi and games within the blockchain, it's incomparable with traditional games. The traditional games, 30 times market wider within that, but the blockchain games has huge potential within that. And even traditional games taking a look and looking for different types of integrations available with the blockchain to include that option with already well-known AAA games, and allow their users to include them in the tokenomics of the game, allowing them to earn money not through this kind of gray peer-to-peer markets, but transparently, legally within the game. And exactly, transparency is one of the most important things which is attract players into game, where you can go to the Explorer and see within the blockchain who actually earned what and when this rewards was given. So you can prove, or game can prove in front of their players, so there is no cheating with you. And if the game mentioned that they are not a type of game pay to win, you can always prove that. And right now, the GameFi market is close to 40 billions, and that actually 7 times increase during the last year. So, and what I want to say is, if the game in GameFi is really interesting to you, or you see that quite interesting to learn more about that, I want to advertise our speaker, Vitaly Vashuk, who is actually already present his speech about gaming solution as metaverse building blocks. And I'm quite sure that in a week or so, the record will be available and you will be able to see that presentation within our blockchain community day. So let's go ahead and see like brands. And as probably you know that some of the well-known brands trying to collaborate with games, with the well-known games. And one of the examples, it's like how Fortnite collaborated with Balenciaga to wear their avatars or their characters in Balenciaga brand wearables. Why they're doing that? Because like brand, it's not just a label really. The brand is, it's like universal container for the message you want to bring to the world. And that's why the brands like trying to find another options and other channels to deliver that message or to deliver their fans, deliver their messages. And as we are unique within the world, we want our avatars, our characters we're playing with, being as well as same unique as we are. And that's why like that message, we're trying to wear them in something special, in something which is really fit to our understanding. And you can see more and more brands become, launch their NFT projects. And from that perspective, the NFT can be wearable. The NFT can be digital twin as we get. So that can be digital twin of any other like t-shirt, hoodie, some sneakers, and then it can be like or used as the wearable for your digital twin within the digital world somewhere in the metaverse, or it can be even collectible. We all know about people who actually collect sneakers, and that can be a good extension for the collection. And who knows, I'm quite sure that in some nearest time we would see the galleries with that collectibles which is represent that collections, and we would be able to go to gallery and see that. Let's take a look on some brands who already, which already working with the NFT, launched their NFT projects. And as example, Nike already earned like $185 million as a revenue from their NFT project. Then there's like Dolce & Gabbana, Tiffany & Co, Gucci, who's actually take that, that way as well. And more brands like looking for that, even Starbucks launched their NFT campaign. And that market is actually growing. There are a lot of other examples like Times Magazine and as well like plenty of others. So why brands actually taking that way? So what they are looking for and what they're trying to do with NFTs. They're not use that as, to create something only for digital twins or for digital avatars. They trying to as well enrich the experience of all the kind of users. So we all know that before we were in mood like to even take a flight to some event which is important or interesting for us to take a part there. And NFT, but then that was like the COVID 2019, which is actually closed for us a lot of physical events. Things were like recovering step by step, but anyway, we extend it with some virtual events, even VR events, which can be, which not only require like the all digital tickets, but it requires some new experience, which NFT can actually propose. It can propose not just digital ticket, which is actually, with proven ownership and without an ability to fake that, but as well, that digital ticket can be extended, that can allow you to entry, it's proof your identity, that's your ticket. You can resolve that, you can do whatever you want with that digital ticket, but much easier. And what is more important, it can be even changed into kind of membership card. It can allows business to extend and actually get all this revenue from the sales, create the kind of selling strategies for the tickets, for the membership, extend with the option, and even make like when the ticket is actually used, like when we in the previous like experience, when we just get into stadium and use that ticket, it's like it's become a waste, but it's not the NFT story. So with NFT, we can enrich it with not only the proof of attendance, but as well with some special moments included in that ticket. And that can be stored not only in our memory, but it can be stored and revisit later just to see how those how those going on and what was the event. So, and that's all like how the brands is actually acquire NFTs in Web3 in general. Wardecraft presented that, and you can go deeper in that topic and take a look on his presentation. And I'm quite sure that you would be really impressed by how brands right now using the Web3, NFTs, and the metaverse to enrich our experience, to deliver our messages to the whole world. Let's go ahead and with all of the things, with membership cards, with tickets, we always go walking around the digital identity, and we mentioned that a couple of times, like how it could be that right now we have our digital identity in some paper documents with some stamps, proof with centralized authorities, and as well we have them in a digital representation like digital signs and so forth, but as well we have tremendous amount of passwords to any different kind of applications, platforms, so whenever we want to go. And from that perspective, the NFT as a container for all of those things can work pretty good to represent our digital identity, and not only digital, and moreover store even information which is actually not possible to be stored within like our physical passport, even if it's biometrical one. We can use that NFTs as the identity, as the reputation of us, even all this kind of keys, in-house, car, whenever else, it can be used for that as well. And yeah, that's the huge topic. It's a topic about decentralized identities. It's the topic about verifiable credentials, but that's our ability to, instead of Google, which is collect everything and store everything for us and know everything about us, we can go and get back the ownership on our data, on our identities, and even share those bare minimum of information required by some authorities, or to accept our, let's say, entrance. And from that perspective, we get the freedom of getting our data privacy, of sharing our data privacy, and actually knowing that it exists within the registry, which can be at any time just derived back, and it's quite hard from that perspective to lose your identity or the document which actually prove your identity. So let's take a look. We talked about a lot of things about digital arts, about identities, and I'm quite sure that the reasonable question like, okay, so what is the criminals, how they attract with the NFTs and what they are doing with that? And is it like really tricky to know what it can be and how from that part? And yes, they are attracted by NFTs. And right now, the two most popular related crimes is about money laundering and the wash trading. So they are how they both somehow related to water, but it's not about water. It's about a leakage of money from our pockets to pockets of criminals. And that's the two things. So the first thing is money laundering, which is quite small. It's like just estimated as the $1.5 million, which is actually go through NFTs to be wash traded. And the idea is to just convert illegally obtained money from, let's say, drugs or illegal weapons selling into the clean money through the NFT, like to pretend that they created some pictures, which has cost a lot of money, and they sold that, and now they obtain, as a creator, as an author, obtain that money, have that money quite clean, maybe even paid with tax paid, and can use that in like in any they want how they wish. The another part, but that's still quite small, and that should be considered as well. The another quite big part is we talked about the marketplaces for the NFT, where people can buy and sell NFTs, and NFTs can be sold for quite high price, and each marketplace trying to be like OpenSea. And if you remember, we take a look that OpenSea get close to $15 billion volume. And to reach that, LooksRare actually create the wash trade, means they just buy and sell by themselves all the NFTs being on their marketplace, just to present that they have the same volume of trades. And that means that they just try to fool people, go to their marketplace and buy their NFTs or on their marketplace to just get get fees and revenue from that people. But quite frankly, those kind of things, they quite small comparing to those options and abilities which NFT gives to our creators, to our musicians, video production, streaming services, and moreover to our convenience and everyone, to make that information more decentralized, to remove the intermediaries between consumers or clients and real producers, and pay more to our favorite musicians, to our favorite artists, and make it simpler and enrich our experience with all this kind of interesting part. And yeah, if you want to see more about the compliance, about challenges in crypto, in DeFi and NFTs, you can just relate to Stefan Besterman presentation. He's actually talked a lot about those financial things, the compliance for the NFTs, and quite sure that in a week you will be able to go deeper with that topic. And let's take a recap. Let's make a recap and see what we learned today. So first of all, the NFT is a technology. The technology can be used in different ways. It's quite two sides share its sword. And you can actually, first of all, discover and bring a lot of good capabilities to the world with NFTs, as well as criminals can be attracted with that capabilities as well. So we always need to take in mind that it doesn't matter how fruitful it can be, we always should be conscious about what it can bring and how it actually works. As with NFT, there are a lot of options, and if you're really attracted with that, please learn more, read more, and try to identify those options. And yeah, you always can ask us about that kind of things. So we talk about the digital art, the uniqueness of digital art, and uniqueness of the NFT, which is bring to digital art that ability to earn with that, being a creative, being an author, being a musician, as well as obtain some masterpieces from that world, from that digital age, and store it within that and have it in your pocket literally. We talked about the GameFi and the transformation of game, like from fun to probably a dream job for next generation, where someone can actually earn more money just playing games full time. For brands, it's really another option. It's another stream, and its ability to not only extend their user base, or let's say those who share their message, but as well it allows to represent and being more technological and obtain the other markets, which is actually just growing up like metaverse and GameFi. And for sure, the most interesting topic for me is a digital identity, which can bring so many options, so many opportunities for us in nearest future, which really not exist before, not been able to apply before. So that's the recap. I think the next thing is our Q&A session. So I would be glad to answer on your questions and hope Daniel can help me here.
Thanks, Andre, for the great in-depth discussion there. Let's just check our question board. Okay, so guys, if you want to leave Andre a question, we've still got plenty of time now to ask our questions on NFTs, advantages and pitfalls. But perhaps I'll just chip in with a couple of thoughts or questions of my own, Andre, whilst we're waiting. So, like, we were talking about metaverse and virtual worlds, and like having tokenized assets within those virtual worlds. Do you think that that technology and those environments and that experience need to develop a lot before digital NFTs become much more popular in those games? Is that like going to hold back the technology, do you think, or is it going to drive forward quite quickly?
Thank you for the question, and it's quite a wide topic, which is actually, as I see, it can be reached like in one day or even like in a year. And even comparing or thinking and looking on our like rapid development nowadays, when we, 5-7 years ago, we're not can imagine that today we'll talk about NFTs would sell like quite frankly some digital pictures for such amounts of money, and moreover we would be able to talk to each other in some metaverses and they become a part of our life. I'm quite sure that in future, so right now it's in like it's quite immature and it's now in building, and it's great that there are a lot of companies who is actually working on that more and more, already investing money into that, because that virtual worlds, they enrich our abilities. It's enrich our abilities to communicate to each other. We already actually, remove all these borders between us, and any day we can virtually meet each other, talk to each other, work together, and create such amazing products as a metaverse up together, not even being in different countries, different continents. That's not a limitation for us anymore. And I'm sure that being like the metaverse itself and all the environment was actually encompass that, it's like kind of next even not a revolutionary step, it's more evolutionary step, because all the building blocks, they are already exist. The only thing is needed is just to combine them together and make it mass adopt. And when it's become more and more mass adopted, it means that more and more people would actually come in, bring into that world their thoughts, their their abilities from the perspective of like effort, the contribution, the bright minds. And from that perspective, only in this way, it would become richer, it would become more mature, and it would would be fulfilled with all this kind of experience we have in our like physical world. It's for sure it can't actually replace the physical world, that how someone can think about, but it's a good option for us to go ahead and like make another step, make a step where we would easily interact not only to each other, but to robots and artificial intelligence, which is actually helping us to create those products to, work in a slight different way, maybe in more productive way, maybe, but it would be another way to work, another way to collaborate, another way to communicate. And that's, from my perspective, it's really the evolutional step. And the digital identity is you're asking for, it's kind of, you can't use the old keys to open the new door. You always need a new key for the new door. And that's the idea of the digital identities. I know there are a lot of memes related to that, but I'm quite sure with such an engineers we have nowadays, we would be able to overcome any difficulties and to define all of those edge cases to make all this experience more smooth and make our day-to-day things lighter, easier, and simpler. And at the end of the day, it will allow us to focus on main things, which is more important for us, on our family, on our friends, on our hobbies, on things we love to do in that life.
Yeah, it makes sense. I think those worlds are they're really gonna change our lives, aren't they? In very different ways. And I think, just my personal opinion, that we can argue whether those things are good or bad for us, and hopefully it's all good. But it's kind of like there's like an inevitability about it. I think just like the internet, that the technology is going to drive forward, and we just need to maybe adapt ourselves. And I think, it's maybe we see like games environments, but also I guess like virtual shopping malls and that kind of thing we're gonna see some really creative stuff in that space. And also I think you touched on that during the presentation and during your answer there about digital identity. So I just wanted to ask your opinion. Do you think that we will have digital ID stored like directly on a blockchain somewhere, like a passport or driver's licenses, or will it be stored in some other way? We're going to put our trust on those documents into blockchains, or does it make sense to do that, do you think?
I see more and more, and even work in some laboratories to make that possible in future. And what I really like from that is not just only, we can simplify that and say, yeah, okay, so our digital identity would be stored somewhere in the blockchain. And someone can say, okay, what is the matter of that? So now it's stored in the registry, which is which is quite good secured from the leakage, maybe. But what is the difference, like if it would be stored in the blockchain, and what is the reason to put such an amount of money to develop that technology? And by the way, the decentralized identification, it's not the new thing. As I just mentioned, the oldest part is kind of evolutional step, because all the environment, it exists for dozens of years. So like decentralized identity idea exists for like, I think more than 30 years or something like that. And people talked about and developing that like during all of that time. And That means that the technology by itself is mature, but the use cases we can use that, they are come like quite quickly with these new challenges we have within the metaverses, within the GameFi and other parts. And that means for us that, yeah, sometime would be able just to, come into our car, home, open something, we wouldn't even notice that we should to put password somewhere or to put login and password somewhere. They probably would disappear. I can say you when, right? So in what kind of time period, but I'm quite sure that next generation would say that, okay, how have you been with like 200 passwords need to remember and enter them at each website, at each platform, your phones, whatever, how that can be. Because I'm quite sure that NFTs or any other form of digital identity would be able just to remove that border. That means that we would, like that interface when we need to put the login page, which is actually where I think every project start with, that would be removed from our life. So that interface wouldn't exist. The same thing like, with AirPods. So you shouldn't actually click on the play button if you want just to play music. You just put the sorry, you just put this earphones just in your ear, and that music start playing. So the interface is removed. You just need to put it. And the same thing with the digital identity. So we wouldn't even notice. So we have the access, we have an eligibility. We just come to our car, open it, sit, and drive whenever we want, or it drive us whenever we want. We just come home and even not notice that there isn't like any kind of door exists or whatever. We just come to work, open our laptop, or maybe something else would exist then, some virtual world, and enter this virtual world without any need to enter some password, because password is actually the idea of the password, and login is just to prove your identity, to prove your eligibility and the ability to use that service. The same thing here. So you are your identity, and you shouldn't actually do this. So that's the thing. That's why I said that it's kind of evolutionary way. It's not a revolutionary one. And we would just come to that as we come to Google it, as we come to YouTube, as we use all those kind of services in nowadays just to find the information, just to learn something new. And we can't imagine the world without those things. And I can say more, our kids can't imagine that world without those things. They think they are exist before, and even like much more time before they just burn. So that's the thing I think in that direction.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's going to change rapidly as well. And just a thought just sprang to mind there that it's sort of becoming a little bit easier in a way, isn't it? With ID on your phone, you've got like keychains and kind of auto form fill-ins. But personally, it feels a little bit like a hack that, it's improving that experience a little bit. But it'll be just a big step further if we have a sort of a decentralized solution, and also the need not to have IDs stored in central locations like sort of driver's license agencies or passport offices or that kind of thing. Potentially, you would remove the need for big companies to hold all of this PII information on you for long periods of time, I guess. Yeah,
that's true. And with PII information, even more interesting. So when someone is actually asking you about your identity or to prove your identity, for the decentralized identity exists the option for the verifiable credentials, so and verifiable presentation. And that's quite big topic, but it if to simplify, it means that you shouldn't show all your PII data or all your credentials to enter something. You just just only you decide what information you want to share with some authority. So they can ask you to share your information, and you would just only share that information you need. Like, like now we working with with cookie consent. So you always have an option, like just entering the website, you can always pick up what cookies exactly you want to store and what exactly you want to share with that website. So you can allow everything, like with advertisements, with analytic and stuff like that, or you just can pick up only functional one, which allows that website works properly, and that's all. And that option is actually even more extended with that decentralized identities and verifiable presentations. So that's the beauty of that, and that what it means, like you become an owner of the information you store. So each time someone want to use your information, they would ask you to allow them to use that information. And moreover, they would need to prove, or let's say explain why they ask you for that information. So that's as well another evolutionary step to the data privacy, to our data privacy, which is actually not just signed within the GDPR and like just eligibility to be compliant with that legend for the companies, but that's exact steps and exact use cases where companies just asking us what information, like for the information they want to use, and moreover describe why they want to use that information.
It's great, and that means that we will no longer need to say our exact age, right? So if we're embarrassed about, some people don't like to divulge that information, it's just all you'd say is that you're over 21. Yeah, like you go into a shop, you want to buy alcohol, and they don't need to see a full list of attributes about you, including your age. They just need to know that you're over 18. And like I don't know if the tech will allow that, but it sounds like it's going that way.
That's true. So they shouldn't, like, they didn't need to know what is your name, so and where you live, or what kind of license you have, or when you're obtaining that. So it's just enough to green dot or the green side that you are like 18 years old, and they are not even need the information like how old you are. So like it's just a proof, like 21 years old, and that's all. And that's enough. That's enough to do like what you've said. The same thing with all the other stuff. So you can apply for, like, you can come to any kind of driving license obtaining center, and you can you can go and pass your exam. And if you are like in proper way age, then no problem. So here's like your exam, you've proved that you can drive. Maybe in future we wouldn't need even driving licenses, because there will be like self-driving cars, and that's another story where the digital identity works even further and even like gives even more flourishing opportunities when machines communicate to machines within the secure channels and share only information which is required to be able to operate. So that's even more interesting and even more like like brings more opportunities. And what we always what we always consider is the reputation of some person, but to prove that reputation or to store the record of that reputation, it's like it's impossible nowadays. So you just can trust to people who knows that person and what they said about that. But we can convert that reputation in some rankings, create that, gamify that reputation part, and everyone would actually need that information. They would be able to just see that, like if it's needed, or even you can decide to share that information with that person or not. So that's the thing, and that is what is most important. That's where I said we own our own personal data, and we, if we want, we can share that. If we don't want, we can share just bare minimum of the information they needed, and that's all about use cases and only about use cases.
Sure.
Because
Sure.
the technologies, they are there, so they are already exist, and they are, in some cases, they already working, and we are not seeing that because the information is a lot of information around us, and we are not seeing that. But we know that some of the options, some use cases already covered this. Let's say NFT as a digital identity, or let's say NFT as the pass for some membership pass, or something like that, or NFT as a container for another NFTs. So there are a lot of cases which is actually works and works properly, taken, like some of them taken from the previous experience. I mean, in other words, from financial area, from specific domains area. Some of them taken from something which has happened, and that's quite interesting how it can be used, and what exactly it allows, and how powerful they are. So it's not just a hype on the digital pictures, it's beyond a hype, and it's about technology and abilities of that technology make our life simpler, and make more like powerful things, and things which we can't even imagine we can do.
Do you think that those sort of more kind of real world ideas of things like decentralized identity, or representing real life objects and NFTs, do you think that those will drive NFT tech forward further than digital art, digital music, this kind of idea that you're going to spend $1 million on an NFT? Do you think it's those more kind of familiar things that will drive NFT tech forward more, rather than sort of expensive digital art that we're seeing at the moment, for example?
I would say that this way. So if there's two things. The first one is, like, if we're talking about the NFT as a technology, it should and it would work the same way as the blockchain as a technology. So blockchain itself is not only about the cryptocurrencies, but when we say blockchain, the association is always like, okay, cryptocurrencies or crypto scams or something like that. But that's quite beyond the cryptocurrencies, and the technology itself brings NFTs as well here, and make it powerful. The same thing with the NFTs. NFTs is the let's say tool which allows us doing some incredible things which before, like, to solve cases which before not even exist, or they exist but we have no option or no idea how to solve them, or to solve them that was like so complicated and so difficult to to adopt that we don't even need to do this. But right now, with all of that adoption, with ability, and I would say, with eagerness of that generation to move towards that direction, because they feel, they burn with that, and they feel like, I want to do these things in this way. So I don't want to to have central intermediaries whom I approve, because sometimes those intermediaries, they actually lose the trust, the most important thing. And here we see the option when we not even need to trust to another party. The trust is by default, it's in blockchain, due to the design of the blockchain. And I don't need even to recheck. I see that it is, so it exists. I see that, and there is a proof that it's owned by that person. That's the thing. Yeah, I can say we would need to solve another tasks and another challenges with these new technologies, and if someone said that, okay, so sometimes ago, only like bots and robots would write the software for us, I can say, yes, we can have that option, but more, we would need people who would solve the problems those bots creates. And that would be another challenges for us. That would be another, let's say, the generation of IT people, another generation of engineers who's actually solving those problems and who ready to, you know, prove that. Like with NFTs. NFTs can be stolen, and we all know about that. NFT can be transferred, they can be used for like money laundering, for some illegal stuff. And that's the another case. So we need something or someone who would create for us an option, an ability to check that NFT. And we already have that, and we already know that we can see that, we can check that, we can go to Explorer and identify. So, okay, so I see that I want to buy that stuff. I want to buy that thing, and I see that I like it, but I want to go to the platform and check, okay, it's eligible, it's not stolen, and that person is actually proved owner of that item, and everything is okay. So the transfer is just in seconds, and in the seconds I become an owner of that thing. And that's the part, and that would be really, you know, when I'm thinking about that, it's such an amazing when, let's say, in some future I would be able to buy a car and have in registry the digital twin of my car as an NFT, and it would be transferred to me, and I become an owner, and I came to my car with my identity, and that's already in my, let's say, wallet or some representation of my wallet, and I just sit and go and drive. So I wouldn't need, like, you know, to sign a lot of like documents, go and waiting, obtain those kind of numbers or like ID for my car, waiting again while it would be registered, then like use those keys or something like that. So, and that's like all these cases just go out.
Andre, it's we're just coming up to the top of the hour, so I think we'll have to leave it there. It's we could, I guess we could, like a lot of these things, we could talk all day about this this topic, but thanks for your presentation and your in-depth look and thoughts on the subject today. We want to thank everyone who joined the live feed for Andre's great talk today. Remind you that you'll receive a free NFT as an attendee this week. And also, continuing with the NFT theme, please tune into our next session from Gleb Zhivov, who will be talking about NFTs, music and culture. And one last time, Andre, thanks for your presentation again.
Thank you, Daniel. Thank you for having me here. And yeah, I'm glad to share with you that. So thank you. Have a nice day.
Hello, everyone. Welcome at the PAM Blockchain Conference. I'm Lisa, Senior Business Analyst at PAM Systems and crypto enthusiast. And today we are going to talk about the unusual mixture of NFTs, arts, music, metaverse, and even various connections in between. Let me introduce our guest. Here is Gleb Tivov. We can define Gleb as a creative technologist and transdisciplinary immersive artist. It sounds a little bit complicated, right? I can hardly pronounce it, sorry, Gleb. So let me try to describe him in a bit more personal way. I was really deeply impressed by his biography. Imagine you have a lot of hobbies, talents, and fantasies in an absolutely different spheres. And would you have to choose and focus just on one of them? Or will you try to connect all you know and even don't know that you like and create something absolutely unique? So here is that man. Here is Gleb. And before I will, Gleb will greet us, I will add some more points. He is a software developer and system engineer since 19th. Besides, he's a showbiz professional. He's been working for more than 20 years, and even with well-known stars like Prodigy, Rammstein, and even Paul McCartney. Can you imagine it? He's a composer and producer in showbiz. Besides, game industry also wasn't left behind. He's been an editor and journalist in some gaming media, so he has this experience as well. And now, Gleb, how can you connect so many different hobbies? Do you like everything?
Hello. Good question. It's like it's not about like or dislike. It's something that you just live this life and you, I don't know, you naturally go in step by step and you look at what you can do more. So it's in a natural way. It's nothing about like I need to think how to connect or I need to think how to create something. So it's all like in the flow.
I mean, I don't know many IT guys who have such a creative background. It seems quite different universes, but you connect all these things. So
that's absolutely true. And I'm one of the, I don't know, one of the luckiest person that I know, like from at least 3 industries. So it's like you mentioned, so it's software development, it's show business, and also culture. So I don't know, probably the best way to start talking about what I'm doing and how we connect in all this NFT, music, culture, and stuff is to have some short insight about me. So in last years, what I'm doing, I'm connecting culture and technology on different levels. So probably to start the thing is to the best way to describe why I'm doing it is to go back in pre-90s and 90s and explore some that stuff. So at that time, I was a regular guy, just like everyone. So for me, it was really natural to be myself. At the same time, I was always connected with all sort of technology thanks to my parents. And in late 80s, I got a first computer and I started experimenting already. First, I was completely lazy and still I am so lazy that you cannot imagine. So for me, it was like, okay, computer can't produce sound, but like, why should I learn any musical instrument? So that was the beginning why I started learning programming. So then later in 90s, I became a commercial software developer. So I was working mainly with databases and all this stuff that was connected with finances and serial things. At one point, it was like, okay, that's the thing that you can like earn money. On the other side, it was completely uncreative in a way. So I turned my focus to that, like, okay, I'm still a musical guy. So I was performing, I was playing, and so on and so on. And I started just programming music. So that was my first attempt to connect some sort of like music, culture, and stuff with technology. Then, like, fast forward to next century, I was already working in show business, and I was I'm the lucky person who worked in show business in all sides. So on the stage performing, in front of stage as the visitor, and behind the stage, who was preparing, producing, organizing, and all these things. And that was already some sort of experience which just brought me an idea that, like, okay, there is a lot of things that unoptimized, and you can just create some technical things that help you to do that stuff. At the time, I was really lucky to met the inventor of electric guitar and one of the greatest inventor of 20th century, Les Paul. So we, like, I don't know, we somehow got friendly, like we were just like friends in a way. So I thought about like what I'm doing, and I got the best blessing of my life. So he was just like, never stop doing what you're doing. And so that was for me like okay, I got it. So like if this guy told me to be like that, that's probably the best thing that I can do ever. And I started implementing all this sort of technical and cultural innovations and mixing them and creating this explosive fusion. And at that time, for me, it was more like on the technical, on the hardware software level, create some sort of just a solution for creative industry or for artists and something like that. So since I was already like friend with a lot of different artists all around the world, I was just exploring what they're doing and what is their focus. So at that time, probably in the beginning of 2010, there was already some like Bitcoin appeared and a lot of new things happened. Since I was working on that like innovative field, I was already exploring that. And my first thing was like, oh, okay, it's like some new technology that I never been interested before. And right now it's not my focus, but maybe sometime later it will just like, it will click for me. And back in 2015, with the appearance of Ethereum, Imogen Heap released single Tiny Human. And that was the great signal for me, as I really like, I personally like Imogen, and she's so great with all her innovative approaches. So she's another example of creative technologists who creating music and doing all these things with the glows that allow you to control music like this. And at that time, it was like, oh, okay, so if she's using that, so for me, it's already the time to explore that. So that was the beginning of my, let's say, blockchain journey, and thing that led to where I am now. During that time, I already moved to Lithuania, to Republic of Užupis. That's the beautiful republic which proclaimed independence, independence back in '98. So it's not officially on the government level, but it's recognized in the world. So it's independent artistic Republic of Užupis. Beautiful place where you can be just somebody who doing your stuff, or you can meet and work with greatest people like with Dalai Lama. And that was really inspiring place where I just focused on what I'm doing and said like, okay, right now I'm just like throwing away all the stuff that is not really interesting, and I'm focusing on my culture tech approach. And there I created my FAIR ecosystem, which right now at the moment is the leading private culture tech ecosystem, as some people from Ministry of Culture said. So that was the start of something bigger, in a way that you can use modern technology, look at it creatively, and with your creative approach, just create something different. So if not that journey from 80s until now, that would just like never happen. And with the ecosystem, as we started, so first thing that I created was the musical blockchain. And what it was back in the 80s. So I'm lazy, I don't want to learn instrument, but I'm synesthete. So I'm all my life living with the melody in my head. So I'm just, I don't know, I can look at something and get the melody. So at that time I was like, okay, I don't want to learn any instrument. Why computer just cannot take the melody out of my head, drag it, and give it to me to edit? So like, okay, natural question by a kid. And as you remember at that time, like grass was greener, computer were bigger, technology was not available. So that was natural thing that like, oh, okay, it's right now not available. And it all went to the back of my memory. The other thing that since probably 2007-8, I was leading my own research in audio therapy. So again, connecting some serious stuff like psychology and technology, and how to use technology for something that really making great things for humans. Back to 2015, 16, 17, out of experiment, I suddenly, instead of audio therapies, mainly using frequencies and some sounds, not music. So it's not musical therapy. Out of experiment, I got the melodical phrase, which was connected with some sort of visuals that was connected to experimental part. And for me, it clicked like, okay, if I had this idea back then, why I cannot just like revive that and try with my new technology, with my new thing that I invented. It was psychological matrix, which allowed to connect different sorts of emotions, visuals, and music and sounds and so on and so on. Why I just like not try to create something that drag the melody out of my head again? So that was the beginning of the musical blockchain. At the same time, looking creatively at the blockchain technology, like, okay, proof of work is so energy wasting. But if you look at musicians in the studio, what they're doing, they're trying to find consensus when they trying to build a melody. So I was like, So the music is the chain of notes linked in a one huge chain, and all the parts secured by the harmony. So that was the idea, how to adapt the blockchain technology to music from my side, from like with my approach. And that was the thing, that you can use the same idea that like Bitcoin using for mining something, throw away all the like, just like you just deleting the part that wasting energy and putting your own algorithm, which we called proof of harmony, to actually what like first impressions was like, are you mining music? And I was like, not really. We're just using decentralized improvisation. So that was the thing which was created in 2017. And we publicly launched that in 2018. Straight away, a lot of people came over. So we were participating in conferences. We, using this technology, were participating in all the things. And the best thing that I was straight away promoting, like, okay, in 2017, when I started doing this, there was no ERC 721 as the NFT standard. So it was really just about the blockchain part, but with the appearance of the standard, I was straight away like, okay, so we can also make NFTs out of any melody that we're doing. And that was like, okay, NFT and the audio NFT, as we proposed back in 2018, that was in the DNA of the system. So we started promoting this, using this for education, using all this thing together. And that just led to the point that right now we have 10 international awards and mentions by European Commission, like Ministry of Culture and so on, as crazy people who just connecting technology and making something completely different. And at the same time, making like mind-opening and eye-opening things for other people, that like, okay, there is technology, but it's not about, let's say, gaining money, finances and all these scams, but like blockchain is not the Bitcoin, and it's not like all these profile pictures with monkeys and so on. So it was a great way to showcase that it could be different, and it's completely different. So at that time, okay, the other thing about the musical blockchain, that it also create the snapshot of the process and visualize it as an artist. So that was the back process of usage of the psychological metrics. And the thing is that with the creation of digital art, we have some things that you have as future NFTs and so on and so on. But next question, like, okay, I have music, I can listen it with the headphones or play with the speakers. I have digital art, I can only show, I don't know, on the phone or on the computer. What to do next with that? That naturally, like, and my participation in all this NFT movement and all these communities naturally led to, okay, we need to create exhibition. If we want to create exhibition, we need to create something that will be really nature in a natural way, show this as the art and not just like, I don't know, screensavers or slideshows. At that time, I generated, so the thing was that in 2019 in April, NASA released the data for Event Horizon, from Event Horizon Telescope, so data on the black hole. And we were working with NASA representative for, there was the project created Planet Radio. So we getting the constant data from NASA from like in a real time. And with musical blockchain, we generating the soundtrack of the planet. So out of the data that we got from the Event Horizon Telescope, we generated the visual and the soundtrack. And I was like, okay, I have all these NFTs on our internal blockchains. Why not to try to mint it on a normal one? So that was the appearance of the first Lithuanian that, like, until now, there is a lot of I don't know, talks that it's not the first one, that was the first before. And I'm like, show me the timestamp. Like, we're living in the 21st century. You want to tell you're the first, like, show me the timestamp, and I will say, okay, this is the first one. So the one that was the representative, like a representation of the black hole in a way that musical blockchain see and hear it. So this was minted in 2019. And straight away, I was like, okay, we need to show that. So people will come over and say like, oh, it's not another computer, I don't know, some computer game or some slideshow or something. We need to do something differently. So in 2000, back in 2000, even 2018, in the end of the year, we organized first pop-up exhibition, and we used different types of the screens. And we invited our friendly psychologists for simple tests. So they created just a questionnaire, and they looked how people reacting at different types of the screens. So the one that we used for gallery frame, which was created a bit later, that was the winner of the first pop-up exhibition. And since then, we just started using this frame as a prototype for showcasing digital art. Looking back into the history and what we are just like exploring right now, how we showcasing the art right now, that's so far the best one, the best example, how to showcase your any type of digital art and see the reaction of the people that they are looking like, wow, this is art. So they really like simple trick with the framing and proper framing, doing a lot for the value of the artwork. But back to the musical blockchain. So I started playing music with that. And one of the first things that was really important for me is to create something for people, not to showcase that I'm cool and I have this technology, but to involve them into the process. So we started doing artificial live performances. And the main idea was to involve different sort of people to improvise with this blockchain and AI based technology. So we had a lot of different concerts. Then, since we're working with visual data, next approach was to invite artists to collaborate. And that was really great to see that artist was digging the process and saying like, okay, I would like to use my painting as the musical instrument. So one of the artists which created these pictures was making it from the scratch. So he was making like the first layer. We were generating the one track. Second layer, we were generating a new track, and he was like, oh, I'm tuning your AI to create the music that I want with my picture. So it was like human computer interaction in a way of playing. So that was like never seen before thing that just, okay, artist decided to take over the process, and at the same time, he was really interacting with that. So that was really inspiring. So we started developing thing which we call Jam Studio, and that's the musical instrument which is based on the technology and which allow you to use keyboard or guitar, so you can just like play something and computer replying to you. So you playing with your partner in studio. So that's something that really removes the question, will AI take over? And if AI is the replacement of the talent. So it's never will be like from our side, and from like, in my opinion, as long as I'm doing it, AI will never be a replacement of the talent, and it will be the creative partner in the studio. At the same time, next thing which was really important is to use that for a proper education. So as I mentioned before, we started using this technology as the example how this could be different. So how technology can help you learn something. And first it was about creative development of kids. So we collaborated with Japanese Vivita Accelerator and created a lot of classes for that. At the same time, we collaborated with universities around the planet and started using this for improvisation example, like technology for improvisation from the other side. Then using the same technology and using the other devices that I created to just measure the noise of the city and how city develops and so on and so on. I launched the initiative which called Sound Change the City, Sound Change the Planet. This way, we're looking at the city through the perspective of the sound. We're getting important points about the noise, sound pressure, sound pollution, and all these things. Like it's more about audio soundscape of the city. But what makes it more important, from the district where we collected data, we're taking this data, feeding it into the musical blockchain. Musical blockchain creates the melody. Then we going back to the district and getting musicians who live in that district and performing with them the music which was created by AI. So it's like some multi-road thing which allow you to involve people, tell them the importance, tell about the importance of this exploration and research, tell them how sound can affect, for example, mental health and so on, and just like regular health. And just let them play music and have fun. So it's like connecting again all together from like completely different perspective. So back to the exhibitions, using Gallery Box and Gallery Frame. Gallery Box is the platform that allows you to display all these things without a lot of computers and so on, like it was before. My first thing was like, okay, it's 2019, nobody knows, like almost nobody knows about NFTs. How can I do it in a way that people at least like change the mindset? So I created small pavilion near our town hall square. And that was the first public exhibition in Lithuania, which were showcasing exactly NFTs. So artists who I invited to participate was those who right now are one of the coolest digital artists, like in the NFT sphere and around. And that was so great. Since then, we are just creating a lot of things. At that time, it was really like a short period, but that led to the creation of the first NFT gallery in Baltics using the same technology. And that led to many other things because my main idea was like, okay, I was an artist before, so 20 plus years passed and nothing have changed. So imagine I'm a student, I'm in the university, I just passed my exams, and I'm like, okay, right now I'm an artist with diploma and so on and so on. I would like to have an exhibition. You go into the gallery and the gallery says like, where you had exhibition before? And you're like, I have a diploma. And they're like, no. First, go have at least some exhibitions and bear international, and then return to us and we can let you participate in our selection for next season. So like it's until now the same. So I was like, what can I do with my technology? So I started creating different small galleries in different countries. So first it was in the Baltics, so Lithuania, Latvia, Estonia. Then in Germany, I created small galleries which are interconnected, and that called Multiverse Gallery Network. So it allowed me to use the Gallery Box platform to, with one button, change the exhibitions in all these galleries. And at the same time, it allowed me to create gallery tour for the artists. So back to student coming to me and saying like, I would like to have an exhibition. I'm like, okay, you have 1 week in 4 countries. So with one click, I'm letting students have international exhibitions, which they can put in their CV and then go to the same local gallery and say like, look, I have diploma, I have the CV where I have 4 international exhibitions. Maybe right now situation changed. So that was natural way from my side to like, okay, I can contribute to the process and create something like make the world a bit brighter. And at the same time, using this technology, I was like, great, I can not only do these small exhibitions, but I can use the same technology, which allow me like with the low footprint, go to any international exhibitions and showcase art of my friends and of new artists who just like appearing every day. So that was the thing which again proved the concept of the whole gallery box, gallery frame showcase. And like, okay, we're creating something right now, we need to switch back to educating people. So with all the educational meetups and workshops and so on, we always wanted something bigger. So back in 2021, we were collaborating with Kaunas 2022, which is right now the European Capital of Culture. And the idea was to create a hackathon. So main idea came from my friends from the team. And they were really like, we like the idea to create something. For me, it was like, okay, you can create something, it's not a problem, but you have to have something bigger. Like, is it heroic or is it monumental? So we looked at it from the other side. So we have right now problem with the sustainability. We have NFT with the bad look just because it's like about financing and scam and money and so on and so on. And at the same time, we have a lot of creators who have no idea about that. So why not to combine 3 things and create something beautiful? And that led to the creation of NFTon Kaunas, which was first in-person hackathon in Baltics and in Europe. And it involved the main challenges about sustainability from European Commission, things about all these educational things to show that NFTs and blockchain and Web3 and metaverse and even like all the things that surrounding it with great examples and so on is not the bad thing, but it can be just completely different. And at the same time, it allowed us to connect with a lot of new friends, same EPAM, to put all the knowledge in the new way. So we had this beautiful hackathon. And after the hackathon, we organized the exhibition in one of the main exposition space of one of the biggest shopping center in Kaunas. And imagine in this shopping center daily, through this space, walking about 40,000 people. So it means that in a month that we had this exhibition, we passively educated about 1 million of people. It's not about that they need to read on something, but they just naturally going through and just reading like, okay, NFT, okay, metaverse, something like that. So it goes like in the head and just like working as a mindset change. So you never need to go and tell you need to know this and this. So it's just passive way, but it works really great just because in some years, there already will be a change and they will remember that they saw it already back then and it will be comfortable for them to accept the change. So that was really great experience to work with artists to create these huge bionic structures. Like we really wanted to use the word monumental. So we created this 8.5 meters high constructions with the screens. So you just go in there and you're like, oh, wow, it's really cool. So this was the thing which, again, I never wanted to be a crazy professional who going and saying like, you need to do this or we're cool and you're doing it wrong. No, we just like allowing others to see that there is always could be look from the other side. At the same time, we just not only focused on the like new technology. One of the greatest technologies like from 40 years ago, teletext, still there. So in the beginning of the year, we created a small collection of the teletext art and collaborated with German satellite Sat1. So we had exhibition which was about that teletext can be art too in all television sets in Germany. It means that you can just like go to teletext with just a remote, change the page to like 500 something and have the collection. People from some museums in Europe were so impressed that they took our collection into the permanent collection of the museum. So right now we have NFTs, which are in the permanent collection. And at the same time, during last week, there was Ars Electronica exhibition, one of the probably greatest and most important for media artists and for culture tech, art tech. So we had 2 exhibitions there. And one was looking like this installation. So real TVs with teletext, showcasing that teletext is art. And we also had great presentation about our vision and how we're storing this teletext on the blockchain. And in 100 years, explorers like digital researchers, digital archaeologists, who will be digging through the blocks of the blockchain will suddenly find out that teletext naturally was basically about art and all other things about information was just like, okay, optional. So we, again, kind of contributing for the, like to the history in a way. So we right now at the point where we are now. So as we wanted to just have a small talk about the future, in my approach, what I will definitely do about the future is, since I'm doing all these things, I will contribute my time and my knowledge and so on to create a research institute, which will be researching all these things. And at the same time, like I'm doing with students and my companies and so on, I will make some sort of accelerator for them that will be really helpful. But in a way, how is it going right now with the whole, let's say, NFT world and Web3 and Metaverse? This could be compared to the picture where tulip price index from January 1634 to December 1637. So it's like something that like you are here, but it will be bigger. So that's the thing which allow me to say that right now we're in the place where it is wild, wild west. And as long as you can imagine and create something crazy, you're in the right way. So I guess right now we can just like skip all other parts, turn off my monotonous monologue and back to the discussion.
Yeah, all you've been talking about is so much different from I usually hear. I've been working in IT all my life, and your life and your work is so much different from what I know. So I was scared to interrupt you in order not to miss something important, but I have so much questions.
Great, let's go.
Yeah, yeah. I still can't get you. Uh, just please understand me. I work in IT and I'm not so much creative as you, Gleb. And I'm missing what's the step between digital art, which was spread maybe already in 2000 and even earlier, but how did it become NFT? Because I know that you are one of those NFT pioneers, people who are like the core of this society. What's the step? How can I understand if this piece of digital art is just a picture and that piece of art is already NFT? And does it make some additional sense to it?
There is, well, digital art was already, I think, back in like with the first computers. So it was not really that digital the way we used to see it now, but that was already at the time. And it was already some sort of, let's say, romanticized by the artists who were creating that digital art, but they haven't had any tools to make a trace and put the metadata into that until probably appearance of some modern standards, which allow to store the metadata, but that metadata could be easily changed. So it's like you created the picture, you have your digital art, you put in your metadata, someone else taken your picture, stripping out the metadata and put on metadata and claiming like, okay, that's my picture, and you're not about that. So if you have this NFT, like NFT certificate, I call it usually like that. So artists usually asking like, okay, I would like to create an NFT, what it will be. And I'm like, imagine this, that NFT is just a digital certificate, which prove that you are the author. This is like, this thing can be just like traded using the blockchain technology and then all these platforms and so on and so on. And there is some other additional things like secondary sale, secondary market, and I don't know, some additional unlocks and so on, which can go with it. So that's the thing which you can create yourself and you can in a way protect yourself. So to see if it's like, okay, I have this picture, if it's NFT or not, you need to see the source, where it comes from. And in this part, there is really great thing about the community behind the NFT world and let's say blockchain art and blockchain plus culture world. A lot of examples how in the standard art world, people just like creating copies and trying to say like, oh, okay, I'm owning this copy and or I'm the after original one, and this costs much more. The blockchain community first have fantastic thing about the timestamps. Like if you created it and you the one who created it, you have already some statement that, okay, you are the one. And the community, usually if you're creating something and you're participating in community, if there will be some imposter who will create or just steal your work and claim that this is mine, community will come over and say like, look, first of all, you're wrong. Like think about what you're doing. And then this is the exact link which shows that why you are wrong. So in a way, you cannot say like having a picture you can get if it's NFT or not, but you can find out. And at the same time, there is a lot of tools already which work in the same way like Google image search. So it allows you to find exact pictures somewhere else. And you can find among that links if it was posted or not.
Yeah, that's true. I always notice that, for example, I'm preparing some presentation for my job and I'm looking for some image in Google, and I really don't know if I can use that image, if it's legal or it's already a copy of and not legal.
Yeah.
So yeah,
Sure.
And Gleb, is it right? You mentioned that you started to work in NFT back in 2017. While I think many of us first heard of NFT just last year when there was a hype news about this picture with monkeys sold for millions of dollars. Is it true that you already were developing that technology already 5 years ago, right?
Yeah, that's right. We
And
were like we were the small community at that time, and it was really great experience. So it reminds me about like how it was back in the IRC days, back in probably 94, 95. There was a lot of people from like all around the world. It's not like in a amount how much people there was, but in a great knowledge that they were delivering and they were sharing. So the same thing was about the beginning of all this like platforms like OpenSea, SuperRare, Non-Origin, and so on and so on. And in a way, I was developing my own part, for example, with musical blockchain, but at the same time, I wanted to tokenize music. And I looked at the limitations of the system. So I came over and said, like, hey guys, I have a problem. Right now, my file is 95 megabytes. So how can I store it on the blockchain in a proper way? So that was like my, let's say, my impact on the system, on the whole system, on the whole community, that led to appearance of music and music NFT movement. So we just at one point agreed that like, okay, for music and for visuals, we're just choosing MP4 format. And then just IPFS expanded the limits for storing this MP4 format. And that was the way how we were interacting at that time. Right now, it's like everybody's cool. Everybody's just like, so some sold their business, some just cool and don't have time. Some just, I don't know. People are different. It's okay. Like we're all different. But at that time, that was really a great experience, which straight away reminded what was back in the 90s. So really the thing which in a small and quiet position can create much more than after the hype. And for me, it's like hype began in 2020 probably with the rise of the Clubhouse, when Elon Musk appeared there, and then Elon Musk just created his own NFT, and with all this like Dogecoin and so on and so on. So it was back already at that time, it was the hype. So for media, it came back in 2021 just because it was so full in that community that it just like flipped over.
Yeah, that's true. Whatever Elon Musk touches, it becomes a sensation.
That's the Musk effect.
Yeah, that's true. I also have another question. Is it a global standard for NFT? I mean, was it kind of group of people who were thinking what metadata is required in order to, I don't know, to describe some particular object, or there is no global standard? It could be custom.
Yeah, I understand. There is the standard for NFT just in general. And there is a lot of implementations, and there is a lot of substandards on different blockchains, which mainly, from my point of view, in some way copying the original one on Ethereum. And Ethereum one was just the standard of non-fungible token with metadata. So it's something like you can, like I mentioned, it's wild west. You can do whatever you want, just use the main standard to store it, but you can expand it the way you want. When we propose, for example, audio NFT, and we propose that to record industry, the main thing that they said, like, no, we don't want it now. So right now, after 5 years, they return them back and say like, oh, okay, so maybe the idea was right. So it's like, in a way, like if you're pioneering something, it's the thing that you need to know that you need to wait until the time will come. So you need to be in the right time and the right place with your idea to make it new standard. The other way, you will be just like, oh, okay, that's crazy, pioneer, nothing special. But you need to have your internal power to just like not to throw that away and go your way if you believe in it.
By the way, do you know any case, I don't know, maybe some world-known star has created his or her musical NFT? Because I read a lot about digital images, some hypes, but do you know someone who made his music or song in NFT?
Yeah, of course. So it's like, I don't know, starting from same Snoop Dogg, which collaborated with one of old friends, like from this crypto art scene, and up to a lot of, but mainly like that's in America. Not a lot of musicians in Europe trying to do that, but there are some, and we are just like working with some of them. So I'm doing the same way. I'm just like opening the whole vision, how this could be like from that side or from that side.
You are a real pioneer. You're leading us to the future.
Good wizards
Do
are
you-
in the lead.
by the way, our dear public, you are really welcome with your questions at Q&A tab, because I have a lot of my questions, but if you have any, please join our talk. And
Come on, I would like to
if
have all
we
the
don't have
questions.
enough time, yes, to read your question, Gleb could come back to this web page and make a reply in written form, just as comment.
Yeah, sure. Or just like
You're welcome.
find me personally. So I'm really open for conversation, for a talk. So really welcome everyone.
Yeah. And I have another question. Again, I'm not a creative girl. I work in IT, and maybe my questions are quite simple, but still, I heard that some traditional museums make copies of some quite old pieces of arts and say, okay, you can buy NFT of, I don't know, Apollo statue, or I don't know, Mona Lisa picture. But when we were showing slides, you mentioned that new pieces of arts were created as NFT. The first layer was manual by artists, and there was some AI or work as well. And I mean, what do you think? Should NFT be a new art, or can we just save our traditional arts and say, okay, we have NFT, it belongs to someone, it was created in some age? I mean, can we just make some special metadata? What do you think about it?
You know, right now, one of the greatest human I know, Natan Karchmar, who is the pioneer of art of communication. So he was working with digital media back in 80s last century. So right now we're great partners and we're creating some sort of the things. And one of my, let's say, side project. So it's not like the one that we doing, it's one that I'm doing for him, is to use the modern technology to save all his work that was created like back from 50s probably until now, and to have representation in metaverse, on the blockchain, and other way digitally, which will be available. So in a way of, let's say, preserving all this art and cultural things. It's the great way to look into the future, how to preserve all these things without, let's say, regular museums and so on and so on. In a way, how museums doing it, it's more about like profiting from existing art and not about making something, I don't know, same Mona Lisa on the exposition and so on and so on. So you can go into the museum. For some of the people, it's really great to have a signed copy of Mona Lisa in their home, but we live in a new reality. For some of the people, it will definitely be important to have the NFT of the original Mona Lisa from the museum. So it's something about a new way of consuming art. So that's the point, I guess. At the same time, we're living in the 21st century, in a new world. We're going more virtual. So this way, like I mentioned before, like, okay, I have this metaverse home and I would like to have original paintings on the wall. It's something that already changed the mindset of the people, that you can really own original thing. So you can be original and own original. And it's not like I will just like pirate that or have the, I don't know, some copy of something, and that will be enough for me. It's something that really in the hand, and it's like, it's really great for artists, because like for me as an artist, if somebody will have a copy of my work, that would be okay. Yeah. But if they will come over and say, like, I would like to buy from you your work, that's the way that like they showing their respect. It's like, it's not about like they want to do something, they just respecting the process, the creation process. So it's something that's still not there, and we are all together doing a lot to change that, because the whole community that just consuming without giving back is not really good. Like same way we working with Bill Drummond, which as you may remember, the band KLF from 90s, which was the best-selling techno music act, or I don't remember how Britpop scene called them. So I'm curating Bill's residence, and at the same time, I'm one of the hosts of the No Music Day. It's the celebration which will be which happened every November on the 21st, and it's about the general cheapening of the music, because people just consuming music. So it's the day where we just proposing to be without any music and think what music for you, why you're listening to it, and what it means for you, and what you want from music. So that's something that really should happen to change the mindset on all these things, like copying just an art from the museum and just selling it. So it's not about consumption, it's about really enjoying, understanding, and even working on the creative way. Like if it inspires you, that's great, that's fantastic. That's another thing to make the world go round and make it better.
Yeah, that sounds like a mission. I really have so many other questions, but we need.
I see that time is running
to finish our talk.
Yes.
Yeah. So everyone, you're welcome to add your questions here at Q&A, and Gleb will come back in comments, or find Gleb. Here are his contact info. And thank you so much for this enjoyable talk. And our guests, you're welcome. There is a next talk in a few minutes. Just stay online. There will be a talk about pictures and NFTs. So all relevant topic, but another speaker.
Absolutely next step, but from completely other side. Thank you very much. I'm happy to be here, and that was really great to share my crazy experience and just a crazy creative approach. I'm happy to work with EPAM, and so thank you very much.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Sorry, Bibin, your mic is off.
Welcome everyone to the third day of our Blockchain Community Day event at EPAM Technologies. My name is Bibin Bopan and I'm a product manager at EPAM. Today we have a very interesting topic to present to you. Let me give an introduction. Much media attention has been devoted to NFT uses for digital artwork and collectibles. NFTs that represent real world assets have received less focus, yet they have the potential to open up whole new models of owning and trading assets. As the world is moving towards becoming more digital, NFTs offer everyone a strong solution for tokenizing property and ownership. This concept allows the real-world asset to become digitized and stored, keeping in mind the security, legality, and storage of the asset. Today, we have Kevin Lechlity, co-founder, CTO, and CPO of Fortress Blockchain Technologies, which specializes in providing key infrastructure for NFT and crypto innovators to onboard the next billion people onto blockchain. Kevin will be presenting his perspective on the topic Beyond Expensive JPEGs, how NFTs will tokenize real-world assets. Welcome, Kevin, to the Blockchain Community event, and hope you have a wonderful presentation.
Thanks, Bibin. As Bibin mentioned, my name is Kevin Lechlity. I currently serve as the co-founder of Fortress Blockchain Technologies, which is really focused on financial, regulatory, and technology infrastructure for Web3. Our core mission, as Bibin mentioned, is to empower other innovators to onboard the next billion people into blockchain. I've been in crypto professionally since 2017, personally since 2014, 2015, somewhere in the middle of there. It's a longer time ago now than I care to admit sometimes. Time goes quickly. Before I was at Fortress, I co-founded a company called Prime Trust with Scott Purcell back in 2017. And Prime Trust over the years has evolved into kind of the infrastructure vendor for a lot of crypto, for a lot of exchanges, on-ramps, people like that. At some point in time, I don't know the current customer list anymore very well, but Prime Trust served as the back office and the infrastructure for Binance US, for FTX US, for Bittrex, Kraken, I believe, was also a customer, some other crypto on-ramps. So it's kind of an infrastructure giant in the currency space. And I think one of the questions that I'm asked often is why Fortress, and why the transition from what is now a phenomenally successful blockchain fintech company into building something new and building something again. And the answer is because I'm deeply passionate about Web3, and I, to my core, believe that it fundamentally changes the world as we know it. I am beyond tired of NFTs being seen as expensive JPEGs that you can just right-click save. I think that's a narrative that's been massively overplayed, but that's still, in my opinion, that's the public's perception. If you ask an average person to explain what an NFT is, they tell you it's some JPEG on the internet that they don't understand. And my hope throughout kind of the next 40 minutes or so is that I'm able to articulate a little bit beyond the expensive JPEG use case, and that we can spend some time talking about how NFTs and Web3 as a technology layer can enable actual real world innovation, and not just some, I'm going to offend a bunch of people, but some pixelated punk or some JPEG of a monkey or something like that, and get into real world assets. Now, for the record, I own a very expensive JPEG monkey, so I'm also making fun of myself, which I think is okay. I think it's important to set the context and to kind of go back to the primitives here a little bit and spend just a few minutes talking about what is a blockchain, what is an NFT, and then go into the potential of the technology. So we can all kind of level set and have the same framework and the same background to operate off of. The blockchain at its core is just a public, distributed, trustless ledger. That's all it is. There's a lot of important kind of technical nuances as to how that actually operates and how you can keep everything in sync. But to the market, nothing else really matters, right? The point is it's a distributed, trustless ledger that anybody can inspect the state of Anybody can inspect the assets on it. And it's something that can't really be modified. It keeps its state throughout the process, and it doesn't have a central core kind of governing body, if you will. It's not a Google product. It's not an Apple product. It's a distributed product that's kind of maintained globally. And for me, where we are today with blockchain, not with Bitcoin, not with cryptocurrency, but with blockchain as a whole, with this kind of distributed ledger technology, is much like the internet in 1997, or maybe it's more like the internet in 2001, given the recent crash of some crypto prices. But still, it's extremely early. And I think if you put yourself back in the late 90s, if you go back to 97 or 2001 or whatever it is, there were some applications of the internet that were extremely obvious. Things like looking up and digitizing information. Things like wikis were pretty obvious. Things like email was pretty obvious, being able to communicate with one another over this open protocol globally. That made a ton of sense. But I can tell you that myself, and I challenge almost anybody else to say contrary, in 1997 wouldn't have predicted the rise of e-commerce. They wouldn't have predicted that the world's biggest store is Amazon and not, you know, something that you go and you drive through. I don't think anybody would have predicted Netflix streaming 4K, 5K content to millions of households globally, all at the same time. I would not have predicted iPhones having a glass rectangle that sits in everyone's pocket, or Android phones or whatever else a smartphone is. With 5G, the rise of social and Facebook and things like that. I think if you're sitting in 1997 and the internet's the first thing that's coming out, those use cases just weren't obvious. And 97 was 29, 30 years ago. We're not talking about innovation on the time span of hundreds of years. We're talking about innovation in a mere few decades. I think the iPhone was launched in 2008, something around there. So from 97 to 2000, that's a decade from kind of someone signing up for email to the iPhone being in millions of consumers' pockets. The pace here is massive. And I think if you draw this parallel back to blockchain, which is really the topic we're talking about, not the internet, to me, Bitcoin is email. It's the first obvious killer use case. We've been ledgering currency, we've been ledgering value, really since the Medicis popularized the two-column ledger back in Florence when they kind of created modern banking. But blockchain is the internet itself. I think we would all agree the internet is far more than just email. And the blockchain is far, far more than just Bitcoin or currency as it is. And NFTs are a massive part of that. But unfortunately, I think NFTs have given Web3 kind of a bad name these days, because everybody thinks of an NFT, they think of some pump and dump scheme, they think of some kind of get rich quick, create this artwork, get a bunch of paid influencers to promote the artwork, the price goes through the roof, a few people make a lot of money, sell all their NFTs, and then the price comes crashing down, and you know, us average consumers are left with massive losses. And sure, maybe that is a use case of an NFT, is to create some sort of a speculative art asset. But that's really not what I want to talk about. An NFT at its core isn't a security. It's not a speculative asset. It's not an in-game metaverse item. An NFT is just a technology layer that represents ownership and provenance. If you go back, for anybody that's technical in the audience, if you go back and you read EIP 721, which, you know, granted there's different standards across different blockchains, like Solana obviously doesn't have EIPs, those are very Ethereum driven. But just kind of using Ethereum as a proxy for what an NFT is, if you go back and you read EIP 721, the metadata is optional in EIP 721, which is completely contrary to what people think of with NFTs as expensive JPEGs. EIP 721, sure, it works for that. But the core premise of the NFT is to be able to track some non-fungible asset on a distributed ledger. And now the concept of a non-fungible token that's tracked is used every day. You know, private keys in databases, authentication tokens, these are all examples of taking many times a token that represents something that's non-fungible But what we're doing in the case of Web3 is we're taking that token and we're taking it out of some sort of a walled garden. We're taking it outside of a closed ecosystem, and we're putting it on a public ledger that other people can build on top of. And that's what starts to become really, really, really exciting. So I'll talk about a few different examples of how this is used in more of an enterprise way, and we can talk about some very specific examples, and we can talk about some industries like ticketing and collectibles and even securities. There's a special place, real estate's a special place in my heart. In 2018, I helped create ERC 1400, which is a kind of open standard for tokenizing securities onto a blockchain. So that's always a fun topic for me. But I think we'll start with something that's really easy to digest, and then we might get a little bit more complicated as we go through. And we'll start with a use case that really has nothing visual, which I think is fun because it really flips NFTs on its head for people. I was having a conversation very recently with someone who works in a medical device manufacturing company. So what these people do, if you've ever thought of like a spinal surgery, they manufacture the metal rods, cages, screws, things like that. The doctors use during a spinal surgery to implant kind of into a patient's back. And this is a very US-centric company. So for the international audience, forgive me as I hone in on some very US-specific things here. But there is a massive problem, at least here, with counterfeit medical parts. So these screws, cages, rods, things like that are manufactured to extreme conditions in extremely sanitary clean rooms with no bacteria, with a lot of precautions, and a lot of professionalism goes into this. But you have a massive market, so they're very expensive because of this, of people who are manufacturing fake medical devices basically in their garage. They're using lathes and other kind of machining equipment, and they're creating rods, screws, spinal cages, things like that. And they're selling them to health organizations as counterfeit parts from other medical device manufacturers. And you have, a few massive issues, the largest of which is just the human cost. If you're going into surgery and someone's permanently putting some sort of a metal rod in your back, you want that to be manufactured as an actual medical device by a company that knows what they're doing, not some guy sitting there in a garage, right? What happens when that part fails and now it's permanently implanted in your back? You have serious injury, you have death, this is a massive high stakes game. Not to mention the lower stakes things like you have insurance issues and other things like that. So what this company has started doing, and this is not aspirational, this is something that they are already doing today, which is a phenomenal use case of NFTs in an enterprise context, is whenever they manufacture a part, they manufacture an NFT that corresponds to that part. So every screw, every rod, every cage, every device this company creates has an NFT associated with it. And because that NFT is on chain, you can verify the actual authenticity and the provenance of that NFT. And that NFT then corresponds to the physical part. When a doctor goes and puts that part in the patient's body, they then burn the NFT. So now through NFTs, what they've done is they've introduced this process by which you can verify the authenticity of the surgical item. And if there's no token that corresponds with that rod, that screw, that cage, that part is known to be counterfeit. And now you have a way of stopping it from going into a patient's body and potentially paralyzing, killing, doing a lot of harm to that person's health. And this is something that's done today. This has nothing to do with JPEGs, nothing to do with monkeys. This is a very real use case of how NFTs are being used to prevent injury, and in many cases to save lives. And this is happening on a massive scale today. They manufacture hundreds of thousands of these things, and they're minting hundreds of thousands of these tokens. And you can extrapolate kind of a future generation where all of a sudden the medical records start to be tied to this NFT. So now you know not just that the part is genuine, but you know that the part was administered on this date by this surgeon in this hospital to this patient with these medical conditions. And you can start to build an entire kind of concept of a patient's life through this on something that's immutable, on something that doesn't have to be faxed from one hospital to another, taking weeks. It's on the blockchain. Anybody can introspect at any given time. The authenticity is proven. The provenance is proven. You can track it through its supply chain. where it came from, where it was manufactured, what hospital it went to, the surgeon that put it in. All these things start to happen because you can put basically a private key and you can put it in a distributed database versus something that's centralized and only owned by one party. Another great example, pivoting to something more retail focused, a friend of mine owns a company called Royal. And what Royal's doing is it's allowing fans to it's allowing fans to buy part ownership of songs and artists that they love. And I think this is a very interesting model because historically as a fan, you haven't been able to participate in the economic upside of a musician or of a creator. That's as fans of some famous musician, no matter what genre you like to consume, we can engage with that musician by buying concert tickets. We can listen to them on Spotify, Apple Music, YouTube, etc. If you're into those sorts of things, you can probably buy the vinyl or the CD or things of that nature if you're not a big streaming person. But you have no way to actually participate in the economy that is music. That's an asset class that for a very, very long time has been locked to a very small group of investors, record labels, other things like that. And Hollywood and music is a massive business, but it's been completely inaccessible to the average retail person. What Royal has done is you can go on what is basically an NFT marketplace. I can go on Royal and I can look at different songs that they're collaborating with artists on. A lot of these are kind of in the EDM space, like the Chainsmokers and other kind of famous US artists. And I can purchase an NFT that correlates to part of the royalty streams of that song. And what happens is when this song gets played on Apple Music, Spotify, a records purchase, something like that, they take all of the payouts from Apple Music, Spotify, etc. They tokenize it into USDC, and then they transfer it to the wallets that holds these NFTs that correspond to part ownership of the royalty streams. So the point, again, here is the NFT doesn't matter. Just like in the surgical devices, the value isn't the NFT. The value is proving the authenticity of that surgical device. In the case of Royal, you're not buying an NFT. The NFT to you as a consumer is irrelevant. What you're doing is you're buying real world cash flow, which is kind of cool. You're buying part of the royalties whenever this song streams. But how do you actually enable that end value to come to a user? That's where NFTs are the technology. NFTs aren't the product. NFTs aren't the user interface. NFTs are the technology layer that allows a platform like Royal to say, great, we have non-fungible positions. We have non-fungible assets that correspond to this real world cash flow. I can tokenize it into USDC, but then how do I get it to the people that own the IP rights? And the answer is if the IP rights are represented by an NFT, then you can look at what address owns that NFT, and then you can send the USDC automatically to that address. And all of a sudden this starts to work. And as we know, there's, the banking industry is very antiquated in a lot of ways. And things like cross-border payments can be very long, time consuming, expensive, etc. But now all of a sudden, because this is a blockchain-based stablecoin, it's international by nature. And you don't have to deal with international remittance, expensive wire fees, things of that nature. So people from all over the world can participate. And for a lot of artists and a lot of what they do, their fan bases are global. Music is not, kind of geography centric. Music, movies, film are inherently very global. So there's audiences and there's fan bases globally that that really need to participate in some of these things. I think that's a couple of really interesting concrete examples that hopefully shift the mentality a little from just an expensive monkey into how this can be used in a fintech context or how this can be used in a healthcare context and in industries that actually matter, finance, health, not just arts and collectibles and things like that. And we can talk about a few industries as well that I think are really changing because of NFTs. And I think the first that we're seeing a lot of is ticketing. So you have a lot of NFT platforms that are looking at doing ticketing. So I think Autograph signed a deal with a large ticketing vendor that's more into festivals and other experiences. It's a platform called Yellow Hearts that's really been focusing on event ticketing. There's people building fan Web3 platforms around ticketing, like token events. And really, the fundamental question is we've had the concept of tickets for a very long time. Why should tickets go from Web 2 to Web 3? What's the point? Where's the value? As an end consumer, I don't want to care about the technology. No one that's watching this on YouTube or for us on the back end here connected to Zoom, no one here had to understand TCP/IP in order to open YouTube and watch the stream. You just went to YouTube. The same thing, you're not going to care about how does the blockchain work? What's a seed phrase? What's a private key? What does a distributed ledger mean? What you want is you want your ticket and you want to go to the concert or you want to go to the event. You really don't care about the rest. So how does Web3 actually bring more value to the consumer? And ticketing is interesting because it's not just one consumer. You have the artist, you have the musician, the celebrity, whoever you're buying a ticket to go see. You have the venue that's holding it. And then you also have the end consumer that's attending. So this is at a minimum kind of a three-party construct. And as you can imagine, there's a lot more parties actually involved. There's a lot of vendors and other things that support the stadiums, the venues, the artists, the technology layers, all those different things. But one of the things that's really interesting about ticketing is oftentimes the end performer has no idea who came to their show, which is kind of a fundamental thing that we don't think about very often. So for the end performer, whether they're insanely famous or it's an indie band playing in a small bar, you don't know who actually came to your show. What you know from like Ticketmaster or Eventbrite or whoever these companies are, what you can get is you can get the information of who purchased the ticket. But many times tickets are purchased by large resellers. So tickets are going in large blocks to other companies, to resellers, whether they're tech platforms or whether they're corporate brands or something like that. And they're then distributing it out to whoever's attending. But there's not a direct link between the artist and the consumer, which is weird. In a traditional B2C business, you have a very direct link between the business and the consumer that's purchasing or consuming from that business. But in the case of ticketing, you have so much middleware in the middle, it actually breaks that link between the two. So artists and others have no way of actually engaging with their fans. There's no way for them to say, hey, I want to know who came to the most concerts this year, because I want to give them a backstage pass. I want to give them a meet and greet. I want to send them a birthday gift and say, hey, you are, the #1 fan in the world. Here you go. Congratulations. Those things don't exist. But now with NFTs, that changes things, because you can introspect, again, the Ticketmaster ledger, for example, which is where Ticketmaster tickets are held, is in the Ticketmaster database. That's not public. Ticketmaster knows who the person is, but no one else does. But if you take a ticket and you represent it by an NFT, now all of a sudden it's not in Ticketmaster's ledger, it's in a public ledger. So you as the artist or anybody else can go and introspect, and they're not going to get, the name, phone number, email, etc. But they're going to get the wallet address of who actually holds this ticket, and you can snapshot the blockchain, and you can snapshot at the time the concert starts. What are the wallet addresses that actually held these tickets, not just who bought them, but who actually came and showed up and owns the tickets? And then you can start to do all sorts of fun things around fan engagement, like I was alluding to. You can say, hey, I see that you've been to 5 concerts this year. Let me airdrop you to your blockchain wallet. Let me airdrop you a meet and greet. I want to know who you are. Who is the fan that bought 5 different concert tickets that went from, maybe they watched the concert in the US, they watched one in Europe, they even watched one in Asia. Who's toured globally following my tour? I want to have dinner with this person. How do I engage with them? All this kind of stuff can happen. And then you have all the financial aspects. So oftentimes scalping is a phenomenal drain on venues, on artists, on other people. You have the ability to kind of monetize the primary sale. So when the ticket is first sold, you can control that, and you can ensure that the royalties are paid the right way. The artist gets their cut, the venue gets their cut, the promoters get their cut, et cetera, et cetera. But when tickets are resold, especially when they're resold for cash to friends, or you have, at least in the US, you have people standing outside venues, buying tickets, selling tickets. These are known as ticket scalpers. There's no royalty going back to the artist, the venue, the promoter, or anybody else on all this economic value that's created. But by taking a token and putting it on the blockchain, you can start to enforce certain things through a smart contract. And now, instead of the ticket being a piece of paper with a barcode, all of a sudden the ticket becomes a programmable asset. And you can start to do things like you could even restrict the ability for someone to resell a ticket. And you can say, hey, for a VIP experience or something like that, you can't resell it. I've given it to Bibin because Bibin is my super fan and he and I have a phenomenal relationship. But Bibin can't just take advantage of me and go sell it on eBay for a bunch of money to someone else. Like, this is something that's curated, tailored for Bibin, and I can lock that to him. Or even on traditional tickets, I can say, you know what, if the ticket's resold, I want 10% of that. The people that are standing at the venue buying and selling tickets all in cash, they're generating tremendous amounts of economic value. That's off of something that I've created. That's my tickets, my concert, my show. I want to get a royalty on that. And because now you've taken a piece of paper or a record in Ticketmaster's database, and you've actually turned it into an asset that you can directly program through a smart contract or other blockchain logic based off of what L1 or L2 you're using. Now you can actually, the tickets become programs, not just a sheet of paper. And the amount of value that you can unlock there is I think, absolutely astounding. So that's definitely an industry that we expect to see a lot of growth on. I think we're seeing a lot of early traction. And one of the things that's interesting that I encourage you to keep in mind as we keep talking through another 4 or 5 use cases here is these use cases will all emerge over a series of time. So just like the internet in 97 to today happened over 30 years, 97 to iPhone was 10 years, all these use cases for Web3 aren't coming tomorrow. Innovation doesn't happen quite at that pace. I have no idea how quickly these things start to come, but I think there's different time horizons in which these use cases start to materialize. Scott, who I've worked with now for many years, before Prime, at Prime, and now at Fortress. In the 90s, he was selling internet to law firms. And there were law firms in the US saying, no, I'm never going to use the internet. It's insecure. I don't trust email. We're just going to use fax machines for the rest of our lives. And obviously now, after a certain time period, that's no longer the case. Web3 is going to be the same way. There's going to be a ton of people that are going to say, no, I'm never going to use the blockchain. I'm never going to tokenize assets. It doesn't make any sense. We don't need it. What we do today works fine. But over some time span, call it X, maybe it's 30 years, slowly, each industry by industry is going to start to adopt the new technology. That's just how innovation permeates. So things like ticketing make sense today. Tickets aren't really regulated assets. You have massive value propositions to consumers and to artists, the venues, things like that. I think things like collectibles are coming quickly. So we're seeing this happening with Autograph, with Air Jordan, with a bunch of other, a lot of it is sports focused, but I think that expands beyond sports, where you've had the concept of trading cards, whether they be athletes, Pokemon, Yu-Gi-Oh, Magic the Gathering. You can tell I'm an engineer by how many trading card games I can name off the top of my head. But these are things that have existed as physical assets for an extremely long time. And what is the 2025, 2030 version of a physical Pokemon card? Well, the answer is the world's becoming digital. And the answer is that my Pikachu card and your Charizard are two different cards. I can't just have a token that's Pokemon that I have a million of. These cards are inherently different. And you could argue they're semi-fungible, which would probably be right. But the point is that they're not entirely fungible assets. So NFTs are going to be how these things are represented on a blockchain, which gets into collectibles, which gets into gaming, which gets into all these other assets. I think those things are coming quickly. And we're seeing it start with athletes, people buying kind of these collectibles and these trading cards from athletes that they like. But I think it's going to permeate into gaming and kind of fantasy worlds like the Pokemons and other things, especially as they go Web3 native. And every generation that's born is more and more tech native. I think for me, I was among kind of the last generation personally that, didn't grow up with a smartphone, right? My first phone was still the Nokia that I played Snake on, that was basically virtually indestructible. That was still my first cell phone. That's obviously not the case for everybody that's younger than me. And every day that goes by, there's more and more people that are younger than me and fewer people that are older. So the world only shifts to more technology native. The world doesn't shift to technology adverse. Things like provenance are use cases that are happening now and today. We talked about the medical devices. I saw recently, I think it was Prada announced a partnership with someone, I can't remember off the top of my head, but where they're going to track the authenticity of handbags through NFTs. So when you purchase a Prada bag, you're given an NFT that corresponds to that particular Prada bag that proves that this NFT or that this bag is authentic. And the authenticity of a bag can be very, very difficult to prove. There's, whether it's Prada or Gucci or Louis Vuitton or any of these luxury fashion brands, just walking down the street in New York, there's about 300 people in broad daylight that will sell you a Prada bag for $5 or for $10. You can guess whether or not those are real, but kind of counterfeiting is a massive issue in this high-end luxury goods market. And it can be difficult to tell. I was chatting with someone who works for, I don't remember which fashion house it was, but what they were saying is one of their biggest issues, interestingly, is people will buy these knockoff bags and they'll then go to a store and try to return them. So they're trying to extort the cash from this high fashion house. And some of these fakes, like the ones on the street in New York for $10, anybody that works at Prada will look at it and say it's fake. Like, there's not much of a risk there. But if the bag costs $100 to manufacture and retails for $2,000, you have a serious economic incentive to put $300 or $400 into an extremely high quality fake to then try to bring it and pass it off as an authentic item and defraud the fashion house. What's really difficult to fake and virtually impossible to fake is what's the blockchain address that created an NFT. So if you pair this physical item with an NFT and a blockchain-based token, all of a sudden you can see, is that Prada smart contract or not? And if it's not, then you know the NFT is not authentic and therefore the bag's not. And they're doing some cool things. The interesting trick there is then how do you physically pair the two? And they're doing some interesting things with embedded microchips within the bag itself that link to the blockchain and other fun stuff. I encourage you to go Google it if that's interesting to you. But again, these are the near-term use cases. These are the things that are happening today. What happens next? I think it's things like real estate. It's things like securities. I think that's kind of the next wave of the industries that really start to get impacted by blockchain. If you can take real estate ownership and you can put that asset on a blockchain, and all of a sudden you can start to transfer things and you can start to close on real estate transactions in a matter of hours, not days, weeks, etc. I think we're going to see the advent of e-commerce for real estate. We're seeing it slightly in the US specifically with Opendoor's been buying homes, Redfin's been buying homes, so you can now sell your house to this fintech marketplace instead of selling it to another person. But the settlement process is still long and expensive. As soon as you can start to put title and other ownership records on a blockchain, and all of a sudden the process is just a matter of transferring the token between you and I, which takes a matter of seconds. And you don't have to know, do I actually own the house? You don't have to do title search, get title insurance, kind of research all the ownership records and make sure that, yes, I am actually the owner of the house and you can then therefore actually buy it from me because I actually own it. All those things go away because I can show you the token. And the token shows, back to that authenticity piece, a house is slightly next level from a Prada bag, but it's the same fundamental concept. How do you prove that you are in fact the rightful owner to something? And those interestingly also get into things like estate planning, things like wills, things like legal contracts, I think are the next phase. So obviously e-signatures have become a normal thing. companies like DocuSign, HelloSign, Adobe Sign. Like, very rarely do I have to physically sign a document. Everything's now e-signed. And DocuSign does this great thing where they put this DocuSign ID next to my signature. And of course, that means it's authentic, right? It is impossible to Photoshop the text DocuSign ID with a few numbers and characters, right? No one actually validates that ID against anything. You just see, if I print out the PDF, it has a little DocuSign thing on it, and I trust it because I trust DocuSign. That isn't actually faith in the document. That's faith in the intermediary platform. Now, I think DocuSign's actually already done some partnerships in the blockchain space, which is a good kind of validation of this concept. But if you took that DocuSign ID and instead of it being an ID in DocuSign's database, now all of a sudden you mint a token for it on chain. Now anybody can externally validate that it's legitimate. Not just DocuSign can tell me it's real. Anyone can tell me it's real. So we go from a model where we're trusting DocuSign to a model that's trustless, and I can go independently verify. A law firm can go independently verify. And they're not going to go look it up manually, right? Once the data is made public, then there's going to be all sorts of automation tools and backend frameworks and different platforms that talk to it. But the point is that you can now validate it independently versus having to trust DocuSign to do it. What happens kind of way later? For me, I think that's things like health records. It's the kind of insanely regulated assets. Things that have a lot of like HIPAA regulations, things that are massively fragmented, things that are antiquated and slow. Before I worked in more pure fintech, I worked in healthcare fintech for a few years. And I can tell you the kind of technology systems there are beyond what you would expect antiquated. It's so fragmented, it's so antiquated, but internet has come to healthcare, and so will Web3. The concept of taking an asset, taking my patient records, taking my medical files. Healthcare is already in Web3. This company that's manufacturing tokens for the surgical devices, it's not health records, but it's already healthcare. And I think the point that I really want to impart on everybody about NFTs is kind of back to the beginning of this, that NFTs aren't just expensive JPEGs. If you go back to the fundamental technology, there are so many things that massively change when they go from a company's database to a distributed ledger that anybody can access and anyone can build on top of. We create an actual kind of creator economy, a builder's economy. It's blockchain, taking assets and putting them on the blockchain is almost the ultimate expression of open sourcing information. So there's a lot of pushes in the fintech space for this concept of like open finance and open banking and other things like that. The blockchain is the ultimate open finance, open banking. It's the ultimate kind of settlement layer. It's the ultimate way for us to represent assets in a way that people can actually access them. And if that's the future, which we really believe that it is, the question is then what needs to happen for that future to exist? Going back to the internet in '97, if in 1997 I had the idea for Netflix as it is today, it would have horribly failed. I can't stream 4K movies to millions of people over a 56K router. That's not physically possible. There's infrastructure layers and other things that have to materialize before some of these use cases can happen. Imagine trying to watch YouTube on your iPhone on even 2G, let alone, we needed 3G, 4G, 5G. Like there's just so much technological advancement in throughput and data, in ability to store things. Imagine trying to do cloud-based storage when a physical server array could hold like 1 megabyte, and that was a massive deal, right? Now we have insane amounts of storage on little tiny SSDs sitting in our phones and other things like that. There's technological improvements that have to happen. Some of it is hardware based. I think for Web3, it's much less hardware based than it is software and regulatory based. So a lot of, in consumer education, honestly. So a lot of the expensive JPEGs and a lot of the kind of creator-driven things. I was giving a talk last week about the same topic at a conference, and the question was, I understand that NFTs bring a lot of value through, these use cases, through ticketing, collectibles, provenance. Like there's a lot of enterprise value in NFTs. But what about all of the speculative assets, kind of creator things that are being created now? Is that something that's hurting the potential of NFTs to do this enterprise because it's giving NFTs a bad name? And my answer, which I still think is true, is that I don't think it does. Because one of the massive infrastructural pieces that you need is you need people to have wallets, right? Something like Amazon, something like Netflix. None of those things work if you don't have internet in your house. Kind of the concept of the internet and connectivity had to permeate through the retail market before consumer technology could emerge, whatever that platform is. If you don't have internet, then no tech startup is useful to you. No Facebook, no Twitter, no Instacart. Same exists with Web3, except Web3 is a wallet, not an internet connection. So if you can't get a wallet into everyone's house or everyone's phone, then there's no way for mass consumers to interact with the Web3 world. And a lot of the ways that people are going to get into wallets, it's not going to be because real estate is tokenized or because the spinal cage that's put into their back has an NFT that proves its authenticity. The way that people are going to get into a wallet is because their favorite celebrity, their favorite athlete, their favorite YouTube creator, TikTok star, Instagram model, et cetera, has created a line of digital collectibles or NFTs, hopefully with some value to them. Hopefully it unlocks some sort of a cool experience or behind the scenes content, or hopefully you're getting something for your money. It's not a purely speculative money grab. But that's what's going to convince you to go download a wallet, is because you want to own this thing from this celebrity that you follow, or this band that you love, or this TikTok creator that's doing some really exclusive events or something like that. In order to get it, you have to buy this. Or some artist that's dropping their album as an NFT versus dropping it on Apple Music. That's what's going to get the wallets into everyone's hands. And once you have the wallet in everyone's hands, now you can start to build with the assumption that everyone can access Web3, and you can start to build some really cool stuff. So this infrastructure layer is really what we focus on at Fortress. So we say kind of financial, regulatory, technology infrastructure for Web3, for blockchain. At the core, we really work on three things. We work on minting. So we have a bunch of different products across enterprise APIs to very simple creator-friendly UIs that you can just go sign up for and create tokens, to actually allow tokens to be created on the blockchain. That's kind of the fundamental first piece. If you're going to tokenize an asset, you have to actually create a token. Otherwise, this doesn't really work. So we do this at all sorts of different scale, working with the large Fortune 500 companies all the way down to individual creators through the various products at different levels that have different feature sets and things like that. It's all about creating these tokens. Then we have the wallet business, which we have an API-based wallet for people to embed into their native applications. So when Ticketmaster gets into NFTs, Ticketmaster is not going to say, go to this third-party wallet app to get your ticket. Ticketmaster is going to say, click on the tickets tab in the Ticketmaster app. And that's going to be a wallet behind the scenes. So kind of these enterprise grade Web3 wallets are a big part of Fortress's value proposition, along with a wallet app. So we also have Fortress.app, which is the easiest consumer wallet to use. We have a key management layer baked in, so you don't have to understand seed phrases, private keys, things like that. You don't have to understand the TCP/IP to go on YouTube. You don't have to understand the blockchain infrastructure to open a Fortress wallet. We think that's going to tremendously help in onboarding the masses into blockchain. And then Fortress also owns, we have a fully owned subsidiary called Fortress Trust, which is a financial institution in the US that we use for custody, payment rails, compliance, all those sorts of things. So really our vision is all about assets becoming tokenized. And we spend all day, every day, building products that will power the platforms that are going to tokenize these things. The next Realtor.coms, the next Spotify's, the next Ticketmasters, the next eBay's, Amazon's, etc. That's the infrastructure that we create to make it easy for people to go and to do that. And I think what we'll see is a lot of Web3 adoption, but it's going to be highly correlated with how many people go and build. So, given kind of who the sponsors are of this, obviously with EPAM and with Lviv IT cluster and other things like that, my hope is that this audience is at least fairly technical in nature or kind of fairly developer focused. So before we open it up to questions kind of for the last 8 to 10 minutes here, my one ask of all of you is that you guys build. This future isn't going to exist. The next Amazon isn't going to exist unless someone creates it. The next Spotify isn't going to exist unless someone creates it. So to this audience that's watching, please, Web3 changes so many things, but not without all of you building on top of it. So let's go do this together.
Thank you so much, Kevin, for this enlightening talk, I would say. And when you talked about the fake bags, as a sneakerhead, I always wish that my Air Jordans had some tokens associated with it so that the money that I need to spend on my Air Jordans is well spent and I don't have to fear about fake Air Jordans coming to my home. So thank you for that. We have some interesting questions from our audience. So let me just take it one by one. Sardor asks, are you familiar with getprotocol.io and how is your business value proposition different from it?
I'm honestly not familiar with them. So that makes it a bit tricky for me to answer the second part.
Okay.
But fundamentally, our value proposition is to enable kind of builders of any background to build in Web3 without having to understand Web3. So you don't need to go learn Solidity. You don't need to go learn Rust. You don't need to learn how to make smart contracts. Our products are primarily API based. And we give you a very simple Web2 JSON API that lets you create wallets, create tokens, do credit card payments, open accounts, do blockchain transactions, deploy smart contracts, et cetera, et cetera.
Okay. So then let's go to the next question, which was with provenance or supply use cases, do you think completely public blockchains are a good fit? Or are we seeing more consortium private blockchains emerging for that?
So what I think, and this is a very biased answer because we're announcing a big partnership next week. What I think is that the provenance needs to be tracked somewhere publicly for the full value to really become realized. But that doesn't mean that the data needs to be public. So if we use the real estate example, I would want the token that represents the ownership of my home to be on a public blockchain. That way it's indisputable. It's as distributed as possible. It's fully trustless. Anybody can build on top of it and build validators and other fun and exciting things. But I don't want who the owner is to be public. I don't want the title to be public. I don't want the property tax records to be public. I don't want the information about the asset to be public. So we really view NFTs in this use case as the key to a filing cabinet. So the key can be public, but the contents of the filing cabinet need to be private.
Okay, that's a clear explanation for that. Regarding the medical use case that you were talking about, we have a question from Dimitro. So he asks, so basically the blockchain token is basically a label or a marker to the item, the medical item. So isn't there a risk that this particular ID can be printed on any item and that could be copied onto a counterfeit item as well? So how do we make sure that that particular item is authentic if we just copy the token ID as well, if it's just printed on the device itself?
So I think where this comes in is, and this is not This is not a use case that we've built. So I have a very high level understanding. I don't understand all the nuances of what they're doing. They may be doing more sophisticated things. But I think this is where the token burning comes into play. So you can, duplicate the QR code, or you can duplicate the serial number, all these different things. But because the token's being burned at the time of surgery, if you create an additional item with the same QR code or the same serial number, when you go and you look at the on-chain activity, you'll see that there's already a token that's been burned for that item. Therefore, there's an issue with the item that you're holding in your hand, because that item should already be used, but you're holding it in your hand. Therefore, it's obviously not in a patient.
Yeah, that's a good explanation. The next question is, who owns the underlying asset in NFT is still a matter of concern. So in terms of real world assets, wouldn't that be a problem?
It depends on, I think, how you're holding the NFT. So part of the reason that we own a financial institution is because this is a very compliance and regulatory heavy space. When we talk about concert tickets or things like that, doesn't matter. But when we get into tokenizing securities, we get into real estate, we get into kind of regulated information, that really, really matters. And that's part of why a lot of what we do is we bring things like KYC and other kind of banking and compliance products into the NFT world. So you can start to create various tokens that can only be transferred to like KYC'd wallets and things of that nature. So you can still comply with all of the financial regulations. That's a great example of infrastructure that needs to exist before these things can be tokenized.
So I think the next question is basically covering, your answer basically covers a part of the next question. So it was about, doesn't cross-border payments through blockchain involves the risk of illegal activities such as money laundering, which is a major concern?
It does, but one of the things that's really nice about the blockchain versus, I don't know, I'll call it traditional money laundering, which I'm sure someone in legal will come hit me pretty soon, is that the blockchain is traceable. When you're laundering funds through cash-heavy businesses, when you're laundering funds through cross-border payments in cash, suitcases, other things of that nature, these items are both very large, but these items are really untraceable. On the blockchain, every transfer to every address is permanently there on the ledger. So you have a lot of companies like Chainalysis, TRM Labs, Elliptic, et cetera, that are building some really, really cool machine learning and other big data technologies on top of what's essentially the world's largest state machine and the world's largest graph. And they're extracting kind of where this money is moving, who it's touching. And that's where you see, FinCEN in the US maintains a wallet address blacklist of known money laundering activity and things of that nature. But I think blockchain is actually much more difficult for money laundering because it's public and it's traceable. Sure, the activity happens like it does in cash and everything else, but in cash, you can't trace it. On blockchain, it's permanently there and you can identify and stop it.
So maybe blockchain is indeed the solution to tackle money laundering in the future.
I think it is. I would argue that it is. I'm sure people would take the other perspective, but that's my personal view.
Okay, thank you. So we have one final question, which is, can physical asset NFTs qualify as property with the same legal rights as the underlying asset?
Yes, and the way that this works in most cases, and every regulatory answer should actually be it depends, because it always depends on the underlying. I'm not a global expert on different countries' regulations across all sorts of different asset classes, but fundamentally, if you think about the NFT not as the asset, but if you think about the NFT as a technology that represents the asset, the NFT itself isn't the property or whatever it is. It's a representation, right? So like a PDF isn't a security. A PDF isn't an in-game item. A PDF's not a speculative asset. A PDF is just a digital representation of whatever the content is. Maybe it's a legal contract. Maybe it's a PowerPoint presentation. Maybe it's something, but the NFT is the same way. It's just a technology layer, and the asset it represents should be regulated and understood as the asset, not the NFT as the asset.
Perfect. That's a great explanation. So that's it from the question part. Thank you so much, Kevin, for this session. It was really enlightening to understand the future and how these blockchain use cases can be used in real life. I thank you as part of EPAM, and I also wish you all the best with your next the partnership that you are planning to have for the next week. So all the best for that, and all the best for Fortress as well in achieving great success. Thank you so much for this session.
Thanks, Bipin, and thanks, EPAM, for having me.
Thank you, and have a nice evening, everyone.
everyone. Welcome at the Palm Blockchain Conference. And today we continue to talk about NFT, arts, Web3. And I'm sure you could hear our previous topics. And now let me introduce our guest, Arseny Vesnin. He's an experienced digital arts expert. Actually, he's an expert in arts in general. He's been organizing a lot of exhibitions, and he's also a curator and speaker in a number of festivals. And as far as I understand, Arseny, you've been working in arts all your life. So how are you?
Hello, thank you. I hope it's clear. My voice is clear.
Yeah.
I have been in this, I don't know how to say, from maybe from the 10 years old when I was introduced to art school. But before this, I'm a really great fan of Salvador Dali. And at the age of 7, my father brought me a book of Salvador Dali, and it was like a turning point, I think, in the whole of my life. And that's why I'm interested in arts, just to get inside it, in this concept.
I also know that right now you're also an expert in NFT a little bit, and you will share your experience. I know that you're leading a group of young artists, and maybe not so young and experienced as well, in order to add their pieces of work into NFT, right?
Correct, yes. Actually, I started my own project nearly 20 years ago. It was 2003. And I named it Design Collector at that moment, and I even didn't imagine that it will last so long, and it's still online. Design Collector was founded with the belief that everyone should have the latest views on the design, art, and the creative scene. And the starting point of Design Collector is that there are more art and design lovers out there in the world that I could even imagine, that we could even imagine. And since my beginning in 2003, the community has grown very fast, very quick, and it reflects my interest in this creative industry and of all kinds. So alongside blogging and reviewing artists since 2003, on a daily basis, I was invited to speak on different festivals and conferences on the topic of creativity, design, arts. For example, this screen is from Argentina, from Buenos Aires, where I have been presenting artists from Eastern Europe to the 6,000 or even 8,000 people. It was a stadium. I'm a little bit small there in the center of this picture. And this was like a huge experience to present artists in this way, in offline way. And 10 years ago, I started Digital Decade. It once debuted as collaborative contest. Digital Decade transformed through pop-up exhibitions and design festival to standalone shows in London, featuring up to 50 artists at a time. And early in 2018 or later in 2019, I was introduced to crypto and to NFT. And I was really interested how it may help artists to overcome their low income, to find the right collector, to find new investors. And actually the global lockdown, the COVID, triggered the NFT scene to shift this paradigm of artist relationships between artist and collector and the rise of this new market. And in 2020, I ran the first actually online Digital Decade after all this offline I had before, after all these exhibitions and all these people around me. I ran this online exhibition. It was before NFT, actually. It was just at the beginning of it. And I ran it as a VR gallery. And we made it together with our London partner, Digital Art Gallery S Edition. And we showcased a number of great artists there, including Krista Kim, that later became a superstar, a super NFT star. And artworks were on sale on S Edition digital marketplace there. And S Edition is the first digital platform that started to sell art copies from famous artists, from famous contemporary artists like Damien Hirst, like whatever names we can find. And they started to work at 2013, way before NFT, way before CryptArt. And I'm really happy to have them as partners. And if we get back, so later in 2020, I joined this NFT movement and actually become an editor at SuperRare. It's a great platform for NFT artists, and I was onboarding new artists and publishing interviews with them. And if you get back to NFT as a history, the first experiments with NFT began in 2014 with the development of blockchain, but we do know that the development of NFTs was more strongly influenced by the Ethereum blockchain, and its first full-fledged NFT projects were run in 2015. It was Ethereum World, then it was Ethereum service names, it's like domains. They ran in 2017, and Curious Cards and first version of CryptoPunks are really the first project on that can be named as pioneering NFT projects. So at that time, NFT platforms rose, enlightening the new path for digital artists, crypto artists, investors, and collectors. So what is actually, yes, sorry.
Sounds pretty interesting because I think many of us have heard of NFT maybe last year for the first time when it was already hype, and now it turns out that this story started quite a long time ago in 2015. And did you also know about it already?
I think it was 2018 when I was invited in St. Petersburg to one blockchain crypto party. It was weird. It was a lot of people that I did not know, but they had an exhibition there, and they actually awarded the winner with the Bitcoin. I don't know what happens later. Later was a turmoil, later was a fall down, but it was strange for me, and I was really interested in it. And in 2018, I got an invite to Maker's Place. It's kind of the first marketplace, NFT marketplace, and I tried to do something there. And I understand that Ethereum was about, I don't know, $300 at the time. And I thought it's not a big deal for artists to start working with it, so I was very skeptical at the beginning, and this skepticism was also held by a lot of artists that later regretted or turned their point of view on this stuff. So
okay, as far as I understand, you chose another chain, not Ethereum, but I think you'll tell us later in the presentation.
Right. So currently, as you may know, NFT is a non-fungible token. It is a digital asset. It is a metadata that proves and embodies ownership rights to digital or physical objects, such as work of art, music, video, or even real estate. There is no limits for NFT, so NFT can be anything. It is just a metadata with something attached to it. Yeah, and tokens are minted onto the blockchain, and it is guaranteed that each one of NFT remains unique. And actually, there are many artists working in traditional media: brush, canvas, stone, metal, wood, pencil, paper. They are artists that creating purely conceptual pieces of works from ready-made objects. There are performance art, sound art, and every imaginable permutations of art. And now, of course, this is an immerse of digital realm, and digital has been a part of the art landscape for a while now, like video art, but we really only now starting to scratch the surface of this field. We are starting to see interactive and live artworks, generative artworks, and now artworks created with artificial intelligence. I think you all saw this before. And as we talk about how it's developing nowadays, NFT is changing how art is bought and sold, and giving digital artists the ability to actually monetize and authenticate their work. And this was never been before. And this level of monetization was never been even close, because I'm kind of looking how artists are developing through ages, and nowadays just a boom, like we call it a Renaissance spring, a digital Renaissance, and artists really enjoying this. And this kind of technology could become more significant with developing of metaverse and other Web3 spaces. So we cannot underestimate the impact of artists that are constantly pushing the boundaries, mixing reality with virtuality, digital with physical, creating new paradigms of digital art, crypto art, NFT. And actually, I was very lucky to work with the top artists and communicate with this kind of artists. And from my point of view, Krista Kim, she was one of the first female artists that have focused on the digital era, on the new digital era. And the way she expressed it through her art is called techism. She herself combined this kind of label. Techism is the way she sees the, it's how she focuses on awareness of mental health online, of mental health in metaverse, and nobody was thinking about what's happening with a human when he's inside the VR, when he's inside the metaverse. So really happy to work with her on my previous Digital Decade 2020. And before she entered the NFT, she entered it very successful. She shifted the women arts movement by delivering outstanding works like Mars House, which was actually sold for 300 Ethereums in early 2021. It was a record by the time for a female artist, for a female digital artist. So later she joined the collaborations with Louis Vuitton, and Louis Vuitton was kind of a first brand that jumped on this platform, jumped on NFT. They created a lot of stuff, and recently they created small pedants, gold pedants with CryptoPunks. They are really hyped with NFT. And also Krista was featured in auctions like Sotheby's and Christie's, and for me, she's kind of a leading model for artists. And as for, maybe you have heard, worth to mention, Beeple. Beeple, his real name is Mike Winkelmann. He was famous. Actually, I was working with him in 2017 on my exhibition in London. At the time, he started his own project. He created an artwork each day, constantly. And by the end of 2020, he became famous because he created already 5,000 artworks. And he started to upload his works to NFT, and his interest in him grew and like a snowball. And in April 21, last year, he went to Christie auction, and his collective artwork, as you may see here, for example, this is called 5,000 every day. This collective artwork was sold for a record $69 million. He immediately became the third most expensive living artist in the world, alongside Jeff Koons and David Hockney. So it doesn't blow his mind.
Just because, was he lucky just because he was the first one to invent this idea? And if we try to repeat
this,
it,
yes, I think this is this is a combination of luck, of interest in investors. Of course, we have like a Western related stuff, so people from West has more opportunities, and because crypto was on top last year, it was a spring when Bitcoin jumped to $60,000. And at that time, it was really hypey, and this guy went very well. So I was on this. There was a famous Clubhouse application, if you remember. Everyone was on Clubhouse, and I was on this Clubhouse that was related to Christie auction when he actually sold this artwork, and everybody was shouting, and it was a crazy day. And it is kind of history. It's a historical movement, and they kind of launched this interest. They triggered a huge amount of artists to start working and selling art as NFT. So for me, for many of us, they are pioneers, and they boosted this interest, and people started to enter different marketplaces and curated platforms. So it's really interesting to have them as a part of art history. So the history that created on in front of our eyes right now. And actually they rocketed careers of different artists. I won't stop on any of them, but there's kind of no common sense on how to promote, sell, and communicate with each other artist. So each other artist selects their own way of doing it. And this diversity led to creation of one of the strongest online community I have never been experienced it in my life. So NFT art community is the huge one, is the warmest one, is very welcoming, is very positive. There is no way to criticize, or it is always like very, how to say, very friendly. And so it's worth to mention the huge difference between the real contemporary art market and NFT art market. So the first one obeys artists to follow strict rules set by galleries, by royalties, by clients. However, the NFT market has no strict rules. They are removing this middleman as gallery, as a sale agent, and in most cases, the artist is capable to support their own communication with collectors, their sales, their activities in one person. And maybe in a few cases, I know that they asked curators to help them with that, but it's never a middleman. It's never kind of a gallery. They try to raise now and to jump on this bandwagon, but it's really hard for them because they have different mindset, totally different mindset. And these people came from internet, they came from digital art, and they even don't know some rules, how it was done in contemporary art market. And this is really interesting. So
are those photos also from last year, or are those early collections?
This one,
the photos?
Is all artworks. And for example, Peck, as you see on the left down screen, he sold his picture called One Pixel for $1 million. And then he created kind of a universe of his own concept. It was a huge concept behind his works, that you can buy a small pixel cube and then it grows as a big cube, and then you can exchange this cube, you can burn it, and you can get ash as a coin. And it's a huge concept behind each artist. And it depends how it's of course like not 100% of artists have their own concept. Many of them trying to sell something and to get money to close their debts. I know a lot of stories when people sold their artworks and closed the debts of their parents, of their selves. So it's all about beautiful stories. They got their keys from new flats, from new houses, from new cars. And this kind of boosted artists are very touchable person, very depressive, and sometimes when it comes to money and to payments. And in case of NFTs, they get this boost, a huge boost. Of course, they do pay taxes in countries like Americas and UK. They do have to feel everything to pay taxes. It's about 30%, I think now, of taxes they have to pay from NFT sales. But anyway, it's great. They have this money, they can do works. And for example, on this screen, all these successful artists, they continue working. They work with different brands like Andres Riesinger. He even created this chair you see on this peony chair made from flowers. He created for different exhibitions a real object of this. So it's mixing of physical and digital. And it's really interesting how they develop, how they work. And for example, on the right down corner, it is a famous meme. I think you know it's the girl behind the burning house, disaster girl. And this actually photo was sold by this girl. She's 20, I think now. And it was sold for $3,000. And she paid a lot for her father debts, for her family debts. So all these cases are really interesting. And because mainly it's worth to mention that NFTs gives an outstanding opportunity to have a lifelong royalty. If you know what's royalty, it's something that's paid when you sell your work and the collector later sells again, and the artist gets his 10%, and it's forever because it's written in the ERC-72 smart contract that is commonly used for NFT art. So every time the work is resold, artist initially gets its 10% of every sale. So if you see this work, for example, with a beautiful car, it was sold for 50 Ethereums and then was resold for 100 Ethereum, the artist will get 10 Ethereum as a royalty. And it's amazing because you cannot imagine this in contemporary art markets, never. So I heard these stories that David Hockney tried to get his royalties and galleries said, no, we don't have this contract. So this is kind of interesting.
I have a question here, Arseny. As far as I understand, you are an experienced, I mean, you're an expert in arts and in digital arts especially. And can you distinguish which work is a real masterpiece and which one is just something simple? I mean, does your experience and background help you evaluate these NFTs and find which one is like good investment and which one is like doesn't cost $1?
Mm-hmm. Just
is
a
there
second.
any connection?
I think it's really hard to evaluate a piece of art. You need to know the context. You need to know the artist, and you need to know how it was created. So it is really hard to say this is kind of a piece of shit and this is a piece of, I don't know, genius. And it's always mixed and it's always tested by time. So by time it can be, as you know from the art of history, many of artists that died in a poor, in a completely unknown, like, I don't know.
Like Van Gogh.
Like Van Gogh, yes. And many of them. And it's only after they understand that it was a masterpiece, because nobody can do this again. In terms of digital art, yes, it's really hard for artists to make something new, because you have these tools, you are limited. But you see on this, even on this screen, you have everything was made from digital, except of this girl with a burning house. And they're all different, they're all beautiful, and you can't say this is, so it's really hard to evaluate. You need to have a trained eye, very trained eye, so you need to know the history of art, you need to know the different
And
movements.
are you an expert here? I mean, can you distinguish which NFT is better than another one?
It's not NFT. NFT is just metadata. It's a piece of each of these is an artwork. And yes, I can say that this artist can do something, but it always depends on the artists themselves, because they need to put everything to promote themselves, to work harder. And you see this work, you can say this person is working 24 hours, 7 days, and this person just used some 3D models. And it's really interesting how these communities developing, and they always shows up if somebody is cheating. They always show this, that hello guy, you are cheating, you are using this model from another artist and you can't do this. And it's up to this artist to accept these mistakes and to do something new. And it's really nice how it's evolving. And I hope I answered the question.
I'm asking this question just because do you think, is it fair that some traditional piece of work, I don't know, with brush and oils, which has been created for a year, I don't know, or 5 years, as far as I know, history of arts, and someone makes just a selfie with a burning house, for example, and one piece of work with brushes and oil costs, I don't know, $100, while this hype, this NFT, can bring some lucky artists like $1 million. Is it fair?
It is fair. It is what we call the market. And it is fair because this kind of what is behind this story. So each artwork is a story. It's a visual story, and how much history it has, especially if it is from internet, like you mentioned the memes. There were a lot of memes sold later. All these famous memes with this girl with a strange face sitting on the back car, and she also gets her money. And there are millions of artists in the world, and there are countries that are really pushing themselves to promote, like UK. I have been to a lot of art markets in UK, and they have these layers. So if you are a regional artist, I mean regional or city artist, you can enter some city art fairs and you can showcase your artworks, and agents come and see your works. Yeah, this is how contemporary art is built. So they need to find agents that will sell them to the gallery. But with NFTs, they can enter the space, they can run Twitter, they can follow people, they can find what people they need to follow, influencers and art, and start doing artworks. I have a lot of stories like this. People from real art, they came with these pencil drawings, with watercolors, and they are selling very good on NFT, on different blockchains, including Tezos, Solana, Ethereum. So this is not a case. It's not a good case to compare digital art. It is simply than traditional art. It's not a case. So they all require art, talent, skills, and 1% of genius, as Dali said.
Yeah, so where can I find this NFT? So I see a slide about marketplaces. Please tell us where can we buy and sell our NFT if we have any.
So yeah, I just collected the top marketplaces on the Ethereum blockchain. I don't want to speak about other blockchains. They're very quite famous also, Tezos and Solana. But for Ethereum, we have these curated platforms, we have open platforms, and we have tools that can let artists create stuff themselves. They run their own tokens, run their own smart contracts. As about curated galleries, curated platforms, you need to have invitation. You need to send application for these platforms. They will review your applications. They will see how it feels, how curators feels about your artwork, and they let you in, and they start promoting you, like Super Rare, Nifty, Makerspace, No Origin. And Async Art is working with musicians right now, so they are selling sound and video and sound together. So it's really interesting how musicians are entering the NFT space right now. And yes, for the open platforms, it's even you can enter them and sell your, I don't know, even your photography. If you create some interesting concept with your cat, with your dog, you can sell it on OpenSea, on Rarible and Foundation. It's required after the latest merge of Ethereum. It does not even cost a penny, so it's one maybe bucks to mint your work, comparing to $100 last year, when artists had to spend a lot of money to mint their works, and this was risky. And also they have tools. You need to be a bit techy to understand the work of contracts, how smart contracts work. And you can create your own smart contract, your own token, like, I don't know, Design Collector. I have my own token, Digital Decay, and I sell artworks of artists and they get their revenue. And yes, for now it's quite easy. It's even not, it depends on how interested you are and how much your art is, how to say, unique and exclusive for this market. And you will get your collectors if you start communicating. So the communication is a very necessary part in this process. NFT, you can't sit behind, you need to be online, you need to be on Twitter, you need to run, communicate with people. So all this stuff. And so this is kind of for artists.
I do have a piece of art, if you see in my background. So, and okay, maybe it's not seen in the public. Okay, I'll explain. I mean, I have a little piece of art which I prepared just on my own. I'm not a professional artist, but I have a hobby. And right now it's just inside my home. But while I was listening to you, an idea came to my mind. Could I make a scan of those pictures and could I upload them to one of the marketplaces that you mentioned? Is it for free for me, or?
Yes, it's possible. You can upload them to open platforms. And it depends on your connections, on your people around you. Maybe someone wants to support you. And you need to run Twitter, actually, because Twitter is the main tool of NFT artists. And whatever you think about it, it's really good because they have these cross connections with tags and hashes, hashtags, sorry. And so it is a good notion when artists started to think about how they can sell it, and they start to add, like a traditional artist. I have many of them. They entered NFT. They put NFT on their website, like a new tab. Like I sold canvases, I sold prints, and I sold NFTs, and nobody interested in it because you need to make a story about it. You need to make a kind of hype about it. You need to represent it, to even to imagine something, to make a concept and to make people interested in your artwork. You can just put it on your website and say, okay, you can buy it, but is it reasonable price for it? Is it so it's a lot of complicated things to think about and how to present yourself. And I saw a lot of cases when people entered and they were disappointed and they get away, they burn their tokens and they said, no way, NFT is not for me. It's very democratic.
Okay, an artist needs a team of marketing who will
it's not
make him
necessary.
popular.
As I said, you can do it yourself if you have this ability, and you can enter some platforms that can help you if you kind of if they're interested in your works, they start to sell them also. They start to promote you, and you can work with curators like me, like Design Collector. I help a lot of artists to expose themselves, to sell. That's what I'm actually doing. I'm helping them. And I see that it depends, it all depends on the person. So if they can sell or if they don't want to sell, or what are they doing here? So if any other questions, please.
Oh.
Or we can continue.
We can continue. I can mention that our dear guests, you're really welcome to add your questions in Q&A tab. And when Arseny lets us, we will read them loud and he will ask. I see already two comments from Daniel. If you're free, we can consider those questions, or let's finish the presentation and.
Okay, let's go through.
Okay.
I think we can start with how we collecting, and kind of this is really interesting notion of how collecting art is changing with crypto. So most of when I started with NFT, I thought the collectors will come from real space, real art space, but it's not true. Most of NFT collectors, they stay anonymously. And they are active crypto traders. And in 2020 and 2021, they entered NFT art market as they want to make some money, but something went wrong and they started to be interested in art. I saw a lot of examples of plain traders, crypto traders, as you may see them on Twitter. They started to interested in art and they start to interested in some particular art. Somebody started to collect yellow pieces. Somebody started to collect 3D pieces. Somebody was interested in creating an exhibition of their art they collected. And this is really interesting how they shifted their mindset from traders to collectors without even a special background in art. And this also left puzzled a lot of specialists in art collecting because they were like snobbing NFT, and they were like, it's pictures not for us, but they started to see how it's evolving. And nowadays we see a lot of galleries and auctions entering NFT spaces from real art, and they start to use it as a tool. And it's really interesting how they evolving. And for example, in a short time period, this kind of NFT trade collectors, they start to build micro communities inside with a leading artist, with artists they like, and they start to create projects. They start to create self-initiated platforms for art distribution. They started to create exhibitions and expose their personalities. And we now see how top collectors, how they look, who they are, where they came from, and they really changed their personality. It's really interesting how they developed for this short period from people behind the screen to real performance, to collectors, to producers, and they organize NFT events right now. And a lot of running galleries, and it's really interesting. As for
does it exist offline?
Sorry?
NFT exhibit. Does it exist offline?
Yes, we will speak
The
about
exhibition?
this. Yes, we will speak
Wow.
about this.
Okay.
So as for collecting, we have NFT has three kind of, for me, it has three types of collecting notions. It is unique editions, it is limited collections, and it is PFP collections. PFP is a short word from profile picture. It means that it is NFT from a big collection, like 10,000 pieces, with a small picture that you can use as profile, like a CryptoPunk if you have a few millions of dollars, or a Bored Ape if you have I don't know, 10,000 of dollars. And depends on the investment. So as for unique editions, it is one of kind of non-fungible creation. It is a digital art with one edition that can only be owned by one person at a given time. It makes these NFTs quite attractive for collectors. So it's only one existing, and these creations generally command the highest sale price. And so the bigger the artist, the bigger the sales, the bigger the art name in digital space or in art space, the bigger you can resell this work. So it's clearly that by buying these unique editions, collectors fully invest in artists. Apart from art markets, they invest completely all money. Only 10% are taken as a fee by marketplace, 10-15%. And 85% of sales is going strictly to artists. This is not comparable to real market, where you can get only about 50% of your revenue, because everything else is taken by gallery or by agency. And this is very, very low fees in NFT, and it's really helping artists. And it makes like a bond with favorite artists. Collectors make a bond, and they create further opportunities for both sides. So collector also can put this art on a second market, or they can lend it to exhibitions run by different creators or collectives, or they can even gift it to someone, or at the end they can even burn them or send the token to the dead wallet. It is called to burn. If something happens, I don't know if they was very emotional. I saw these cases. Some collectors burn their artworks because artists behave themselves differently, or it's different cases. So they can do anything with this digital piece, digital token, and it is up to them. So as for limited edition, we have the token, the NFT token, can be minted under different smart contracts that can have multiple editions inside, and these editions also can be valuable. And for example, artists can set a utility. It is a new paradigm in NFT art, when there is a concept behind the NFT. And for example, the easiest concept is an airdrop. So the utility of your artwork, if collector buys your artwork, next time you give something them for free. For example, if they collect like 2 editions of your work, then you send another work for free. It's a simple one. It's called airdrop. It's when something is given to you back for owning the NFT. And for example, there is a really interesting case with Damien Hirst. He's famous artist in the world, and he created this project, the currency project. And after collectors passed the whitelist is a kind of a filter that you enter the raffle, and they selected you because there are a lot of people interested in, for example, in Damonhurst and his NFT, and he has only 10,000 of NFT and likely 50,000 of entrants of people, and they made a raffle, and you get a ticket to buy this NFT for 2,000 pounds, 2,005 pounds, and at the end, this artwork. So his utility was so at the end you can select either you burn your NFT and get a real print, as you see on picture, signed by artist, or you stay with NFT and you don't get the print. And this was really fun because people were like, there was two kind of people and they split actually by half. It was funny because half of them selected to burn NFTs and get this unique piece of art from this famous artist. And some of them stays with NFT, and they actually sold it for, the top was 30 Ethereum. By the time it was a really good money, like $1,020. So it's really good. So every artist can create this kind of gamification with NFT, with his concepts, and it's really interesting how they do it. There is no limitation, so it all depends on your kind of imagination of artists, how they work with this art. And as for these famous PFP collections, when internet people hear NFT, they think about this. They think about picture of CryptoPunks, silly apes, and other creatures that accompanied with big prices. And it is good to know that behind each project, each PFP project, there are a big team of developers, designers, and marketing persons. And this team really interested in high-ranked investors like celebrities. A lot of celebrities bought CryptoPunks, bought apes, and that's why it started to gain this community. To start, it was like a rank of your wealth. So you can show your wealth by putting this picture on your profile, like many of celebrities did, and later they removed it, but it was before this. So it's really interesting how these projects are developing, and good projects forms a huge community very quickly. Communities that support each other. They create Discord channels. Discord is something from games. It came from game industry. Discord is a chat application, but now it's a default application for collections like this, for NFT collections. So you run your Discord chat channel for communications with your people, make some stuff there, making noise, making new context around this. And this is how this developed. And actually, in case you want to earn money in NFT on PFP collections, it is good to be on Twitter, on Discord, follow influencers, NFT influencers, follow these teams, artists, and stay in touch with daily change news. And you can actually kind of spend a lot of money on nothing, and one day it's shoot you a rocket a good money. So it's kind of a casino right now with these PFP collections, but I really split it from artists. So it's a notion that artists are focusing on unique pieces or limited editions, and actually rare artists create PFP collections. I saw this. It's funny, but it's kind of very hard to support it on your own. You need a team. And yes, so if you have questions, please.
And regarding these PFP collections, yes, of course, I think many of us have heard of NFT regarding these apes and punks.
CryptoPunks, yeah.
Yeah. And I think people start learning and hearing about NFT actually just because of this crazy money. I'm not sure they were interested in arts. I don't know, in these animations, but it's just because of this crazy money. And what do you think? Is it already too late to invest in such NFT? Are they overestimated, or is it still quite a reasonable price to invest?
Yeah, I think every day there is a new tens of projects appearing. Most of them are scam. Most of them so you need to have a nose for distinguish who is who, because you need to stay online on Twitter and to understand how to distinguish real projects from not real. And maybe blue tick on OpenSea will help you. It's like a blue tick the collection get when it's verified and when it has good sales. But nowadays the prices are low, so you can actually buy some stuff from top collections. You just enter like NFT top collections and you get this list. Like recently I bought this zombie and it was not very expensive, and last year it was really expensive. They cost like 3 Ethereum and now they cost like half Ethereum, and who knows, they may be rise soon and get back to the rails, because Ethereum is down. And as we remember, last year the Ethereum was about $5,000. Now it is only 1,000 something, just because of this situation around and the economy, and because they completely changed the scheme of Ethereum last week. So this is really interesting, and it's never late to enter and never late to lose your money.
So
it's all risky, but
when Bitcoin is down, all altcoins are down and NFTs are down as well, and it's time to enter the market, right?
Yes, because there are a lot of people who are trying to invest and they bought it on the high and they try to sell it when it's down. So a lot of people are strange.
A lot of people are losing money. Actually, we have a question from Daniel, and I think it's like good comment from your topic. I think it's about considering meta-universe environments and NFT. I guess it's like a good use case for using NFT. The question was considering the human in the meta-universe environments of the future. I think he meant that the NFT could be used in metaverse, right? Not just to keep one, but I don't know, hope that later on we will have.
Yes, exactly.
Metaverse.
Yeah, metaverse is a new. It's not very new. It's a new kind of paradigm, and we see this the combination of these digital tools like VR, like metaverse platforms, open a lot of ways for producers, for curators, for collectors to run their own exhibitions, run their own shows, meetups online, and the NFT can become a utility, as Daniel mentioned. So it can be anything right now. So even when you buy, for example, I bought this, as you see, this building for my metaverse gallery, and I can enrich it with the new tools. Like if you remember the Sims game, you can buy a chair, you can buy I don't know, a new stuff that can hold your art. So you can enrich your metaverse with all this stuff, and this can be a part of NFT marketplace. So you can buy stuff from NFT to enrich your metaverse experience, and it's happening right now. So it's not a big deal. And maybe with this new Ethereum merge that happened last week, more countries will take a look at the blockchain, at Ethereum, at NFT as a part of daily basis stuff, not only pictures. You can do anything with blockchain, with tokens, with NFT. It can be a transaction. So I saw a lot of cases with car industry. They make, for example, you can rent a car with NFT, and it's all written in blockchain, and you have this key as an NFT. You can open your car and run it. So it's a lot of cases can be done later. But as I want to focus on art, for example, for curating, for creating these galleries, this metaverse experience, there are tools right now. And I also split them, this kind of, you can create your own VR gallery very easy with these platforms, with a number of platforms. They all exist, like on Cyber or ArtSteps, and you can build your own gallery. You can build your, you can select NFTs your own, or you can borrow NFTs by pasting a link by request from artist. So you can do whatever you want in this metaverse. It's like it can be a simple gallery, or it can be a really metaverse experience where you can meet people. It's more sophisticated way to create it. You need maybe a team of developers to create a real exhibition inside it, inside metaverse. I took a part in different exhibitions inside metaverse where you speak with people using your camera or chats, like online, like in this 3D world. You experience the artworks, you can even buy them. And this all like a continuation of real shows. So this all can be mixed. And it's really interesting how it's developing right now. So a lot of galleries, festivals are showcasing NFTs on screens. They try to be smart to create some installations with, it's still a digital representation, still you need a screen to show it, maybe in future. So when I actually started with crypto, I had a friend that created a concept of wearable screens. So you can wear your artwork on your tote bag or on your clothes. And it's really interesting how it's developing with fashion industry right now. And so you can wear a digital piece of wardrobe on as an NFT. You can buy it. You can have new sneakers, digital sneakers, and you can make photos in this wardrobe. So it's all about. It's all new. It's all really early, as everyone is mentioning that it's a very early stage. And a lot of people are inside it, a lot of people are making stuff, and a lot of people are pushing boundaries every day. And it's really interesting to follow them. And actually, it forms a culture right now. So NFT forms a really smart culture. So it's necessary to be on Twitter, on Discord, on knowing these memes to be inside this culture, as every subculture you know. But it's really welcoming, and it's really, you can really onboard really fast on it by using these abbreviations like GM. GM is good morning, actually, but it's GM. And you need to say it every day. You come to Twitter like GM, and everybody is replying you GM, and sending you, I don't know, smileys and every stuff like GIFs and GIFs, and it's everybody happy. And one day I had like my flow in Twitter all of GMs, and everybody's saying GM to all day. So it's really interesting.
And how can we say good evening, G?
No, it's GN. GN is like good night when you are sleeping, and you are, don't even sleep, but you see everybody's replying you GN.
I think that we have to say GN to our guests. Thank you very much for this talk. It's really our future, and I like the idea that people started to learn about NFT just because of hype and money, but it helped them to learn more about creative arts, to like the industry, to understand better the arts. And it's a good way to express ourselves if you're a young artist. So it's pretty interesting. Thank you so much that you share your experience. Thank you, our guests. We are closing our third day of the blockchain conference. See you tomorrow. We have another portion of talks. You're very welcome. Bye.
Thank you, GM. Bye bye.
GM.